Good morning and welcome everybody. My name is Nicola Cipani. I work here at the Italian Department, and it's a pleasure to open this conference on music and Italian colonialism, actually the first of its kind. And it's a pleasure to see you gathered here today. We're fortunate to welcome and greet leading scholars in the field whose work has been central to shaping this conversation. Before we begin, I would like to extend my thanks to those who made this event possible. Julian Sachs and Kostya Kostic from Casa Italiana, and Julie Canziani and Usame Gunesh from the Department of Italian Studies for their practical support. We're also grateful to Stefano Albertini and Casa Italiana, as well as Eugenio Refini and the Department of Italian Studies for their institutional backing. Additional support has come from the NYU Department of Music in Arts and Science and the Ragusa Foundation. We wish to thank them as well. As a co-organizer, my own role has been largely on the practical side. The vision and substance of today's program are due above all to my co-organizers, Isabella Livorni and Isabella Abbonizio, whose work has shaped the scope and direction of this conference. This event brings into focus the central role of sound in the making and in the unmaking of the Italian colonial projects. The papers today approach music as an active force, one that helped articulate imperial ideologies, mediate encounters, and leave lasting imprints in archives and memory. Across the day, we will move between questions of sonic agency, colonial memory, the circulation and restitution of recordings, the entanglement of music with propaganda, racialization, and imperial narratives. At the same time, the program foregrounds the afterlives of these materials, asking how they are revisited, contested, and reinterpreted today, particularly in relation to East African contexts. I hope the conversations that emerge will be probing, and that they will encourage us to listen critically to histories that remain deeply resonant. Thank you again for being here. I look forward to the discussion ahead. And with that, let me now turn things over to our first panel chair, my colleague, Professor David Forgach, who will introduce the first session of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you to the organizers for asking me to chair this panel, which I'm really looking forward to. So we're going to have the first speaker is going to be remote on Zoom, and the other two are here in presence, in person. And I'm going to introduce them for each paper. So the first speaker is Tamara Dawit. She's an Ethiopian Eritrean filmmaker and creative sector policy advisor. Through Gobez Media, she's produced films including Al-Azhar, which was shown at Cannes and TIFF, Toronto, Made in Ethiopia, shown at Tribeca and Sheffield, and she directed the acclaimed documentary Finding Sally, shown in Gothenburg and Hot Docs. In 2019, she founded the Racial Equity Media Collective to address racism in Canada's screen industry. A MacDowell Fellow and a Chalmers Arts Fellow, she works across Africa and internationally on inclusion policy and production practices, supporting emerging filmmakers and driving systemic change in the industry. And her paper is entitled Reclaiming the Score, Music, Power, and Colonial Memory. So please welcome on screen Tamara Dawit.
Thank you, David. I'm really happy to be joining. I'm sorry that I'm joining everyone remotely. I'm in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia this evening. So fingers crossed that my internet connection holds. It's interesting for me to take part in something like this. I don't think of what I'm zooming in to talk to you all about today as a paper, because I'm not an academic. I'm a policy person. I'm a filmmaker. So I'm really trying to share some of the ideas in my own practice, and perhaps invite all of you to have a conversation, perhaps at the tea or coffee break later in the day, or with myself and the other panelists towards the end of this block. I think the reason I was invited here to be part of this conversation is because I've been developing for the last 5 years a film that looks at a very specific incident during the Italian occupation of Addis Ababa. The film is still in financing, so I can't speak to all the details of it because it's not yet complete. But what I wanted to share today is really how myself and my team are thinking about sound, the sound design in the film, and in particular, music, as a central part of how we approach this historical storytelling. Before I get into that a lot, I want to expand a bit on what David had mentioned in my bio, and situate that thinking and how I approach filmmaking within the broader practice of my work as a producer. I do work across different geographies, histories. As a director, I really tend to work with archives, and that positioning very much shapes how I approach storytelling and how I think about the responsibility I have as a key creative in relation to the histories and communities that my stories engage with. In addition to directing and producing, my work has long focused on policies in the screen industries. I've done a lot of work on inclusive production practices, ethical community collaboration guidelines, and narrative positioning. I've advised funders on policies on narrative positionality and authored reports for IAVE on inclusive production practices that guide us from research and development all the way through to release and distribution of screen content. For my own work, and for some context on some of the things I'll talk about this morning, I define narrative positionality as an understanding of where a story is being told from, who is shaping it, and whose perspective is centered, and what relationship that storyteller has to the people and histories being represented. And if you look across the slate of things that I've made through my company, you will always find that the bridge or the distance between the storyteller and the communities is very close. And connected to that is another important theme or approach in my work, and it is that of narrative sovereignty. And that I define as the right of people to author and control their own stories, particularly in contexts where those stories have been historically told by others. Well, these conversations in the screen industries, and I think more broadly, perhaps across other creative industries, often focus on the author, the writer, the director. I also see them extending very directly into both sound and music. And in my own practice, I'm very intentional of how I work with music. I tend to collaborate with musicians from countries and communities where the story is set, so that the sound carries a lived cultural understanding, not just something that's being used as an aesthetic reference. And when I do work with musicians from outside of those contexts or other communities, I treat that music more like an archive, something to be engaged with critically rather than simply applied onto the scene where it seems to fit best. Because for me, music is an integral part of filmmaking. Music doesn't just support a story or bend the emotions in a scene. It shapes how the story is felt, and it also is directly related to whose perspective is carried, often through the lyrics or the scoring. So I want to begin with some of the questions that myself and my team have been thinking about in relation to how we're going to use Italian music and Ethiopian music and other types of score and composition in this film. We've been giving a lot of thought to the idea of who controls how history sounds and what happens when we intervene with those archives. Because I know in the Italian context that we're all gathered here today to discuss, Empire was not only visual, it was deeply sonic. I'm certainly not an expert on anything to do with Italian music, probably not also with anything to do with Ethiopian music, but I'm sure there are others here today who are much more specialized in those areas. But what I do know through the enormous amount of research I've undertaken is that there were many genres of music produced in fascist Italy that helped construct the emotional and ideological world of that period. And for me as a filmmaker, maybe it's important to say that whether I'm going to use music in a film, I do a lot of research into the music that was popular in the period, the music that is connected to the communities in that period, and I listen to it while I write, I drive members of my household crazy because I think I was listening at one point to a number of like Italian marching band scores on YouTube while I was writing. It's part of, for me, connecting myself and grounding myself in the history that I'm going to write and create content about. And then at the second stage, it's also part of thinking about the sonic world that this piece of screen content will eventually have. So for us now, myself and my editor, when I return and we look at these sonic archives, I know that I'm not encountering neutral pieces of music. I'm dealing with narratives that have been shaped visually, sonically, and linguistically by those in power with a specific objective. The film I'm currently developing and financing is on the occupation of Addis Ababa, and it's drawing on 2 books by author Ian Campbell, The Plot to Kill Graziani and The Addis Ababa Massacre, Italy's National Shame. So in relation to this film, we've been working with archival material that carries this kind of same weight I'm talking about within music, particularly Italian newsreels, hours and hours of footage from Institute Luce, photographs from independent journalists, military archives, trophy photos from the personal archives of soldiers. And all of these materials carry a very specific Italian and fascist point of view, something we're acutely aware of as we start to edit together the film and have to think through very carefully and decide when and how we use this content. The same thing for me applies to music. So another question that I think a lot about is then, if there is this very specific voice of the state and intended narrative of a lot of the music archive that I found, how can I engage with those sound worlds without reproducing their original logic? So for me, some of the guardrails that I've designed for myself and for my editor to sort of have us as a checklist of how we're thinking about using music, there's 5. The first, I think a lot about the context and the framing. Where will the music be placed into the film? I need to make sure that I'm situating the music clearly. I'm explaining when it was made, by who, and for what purpose, so that audiences can understand its function rather than simply absorb it without any additional knowledge. So that may mean in the context of a documentary that a character or voiceover, for example, and using a lot of sort of a voice of God narrative approach, helps to explain and situate where some of this music came from, depending on where it's placed into the film. Secondly, I also take the idea that we can allow these sounds to be heard, but not uncritically. So there's value in hearing the voice, the score, the ideology, even the violence embedded in these materials, but only with the right framing and distance so that it's not reproduced with its original truth. Third, we've decided to avoid any emotional alignment with the original intent of the music. And for me, this means I have to be careful to not let the music do what it was originally designed to do, to persuade, to glorify, or perhaps to normalize an idea. Fourth, we look to disrupt and recontextualize. So this may mean taking a piece of music, lifting lyrics away from the melody through editing, juxtaposition, adding in silence, layering, essentially remixing and sampling if there's someone in the room that comes from a hip-hop music genre. By doing this, I feel that we can interrupt the authority of the original sound and shift its meaning. And this is something that I did a lot of in my film, Finding Sally, using music that had very painful memories for the Ethiopian and Eritrean community, how it was used as part of a state of systemic violence in the 1970s, but repurposing it so that we could revisit it as a piece of historical archive without recreating the same trauma that people used to have when they had heard those sounds 40 and 50 years ago. And finally, and I think perhaps sometimes the most important approach I take, is to center counter voices and contemporary perspectives. So this means for me actively bringing in other sonic worlds through collaborations with contemporary musicians in the context of this film, specifically collaborations with Ethiopian musicians, which means we're bringing in a different lived experience and also a present day interpretation of the past. And perhaps, the final point is that we also recognize when not to use material at all, because sometimes for me, the most ethical choice can be refusal. And I think, although those are some of our guardrails in relation to music, it's very, very similar when we start to look at photographs and Empire Cinema films and newsreel, etc. We really take a very similar approach to deciding when and how much of content will be used and what will we not use. So as I said, in the film we're currently developing, this is the framework I'm working with. I think of it much more in terms of not how do I restore this material, how do I bring these sonic landscapes back to the world, but much more about how do I engage with them critically without allowing it to speak unchallenged. Because ultimately, this is where, for me, positionality becomes more practical. Reclaiming the score for me is not just an aesthetic choice, it's an ethical one that guides how I approach working with music in my films. Because I do believe that sonic agency is very closely aligned with the values of how a film is made and who I'll work with on it and what voices and perspectives I want to center. I'll close with saying this. If Empire was scored, if sound helped shape how history is felt, then engaging with historical memory today requires us to engage with sound just as critically. Reclaiming the score is part of a broader project for me of narrative sovereignty and about insisting that the past does not only belong to those who recorded it, but also to those who can resound it today. Thank you.
Wow, those interviews are very moving. The third last paper in this panel is Dr. Dexter's story, who's a musician, composer, producer, and ethnomusicologist, and he's a Chancellor's postdoctoral fellow at the University of California, Los Angeles. His work explores musical innovation in the Horn of Africa, and his manuscript in progress builds on his dissertation on Tigrinya Gwaila music, examining the convergence of sound, dance, and identity in Eritrea and across the Afro diaspora. He's also produced the most recent album by the father of Ethio jazz, Dr. Mulatu Astatke, and is set to release another Northeast Africa-influenced solo album on Soundway Records in September. So his paper is called Animating the Still Life, Askari Dramas and Colonial Sonic Agency. So please welcome Dexter Story.
We're just going to go ahead and get these. Here we go. Yeah, I can do that. Too many computers. I'm going to put this one under here. Okay. All right. And do you want me to do the sound check? Yeah. Julian, we've just got it hooked up here. Thank you.
Do you put it on full screen?
Yeah. Let's see. How do I do that from
The green button.
the green button? Yes, thank you, of course. All right, we're just going to do a sound check.
Intro.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dexter Story again, from Los Angeles, from UCLA. And I'd like to thank Isabella, and Nicola for inviting me to be here. I'm very honored. And what moving presentations that came before me. I'm really still in my heart right now from those interviews. This paper begins with a colonial era postcard depicting Eritrean Askari drummers in service to the Italian army during Italy's occupation of Eritrea from 1896 to 1941. At first glance, the image appears composed and mundane. It presents a group of men gathered in what could be read as an ordinary moment, musicians at rest, or perhaps awaiting instruction. But the stability of the image is deceptive. It actually organizes these men within an imperial frame. It renders them visible, but only in a particular way, as disciplined bodies, as part of a colonial system, as figures available for viewing, but not for hearing in any meaningful sense. We see them, we see their instruments, we see their arrangement, but we do not hear them. The sole description of the back reads, concerto. What does concerto mean here? A musical performance, perhaps? Or is it a cute metaphor for harmonious subjects? Or does concerto do the work of flattening the moment as simply a colonial gathering? How will we ever know? And more importantly, we do not access their interior lives, their intentions, their relations to one another, or even their ambivalence about being there. I begin by wondering what it would be to transform our viewing and listening of this image. Before moving further into the image, it is important to briefly situate the Askari within the structure of Italian colonial rule. The Askari were locally recruited Eritrean soldiers incorporated into the Royal Italian Army beginning in the late 19th century, initially drawn from irregular mercenary groups and reorganized into formal battalions. They became central to Italy's colonial project, serving as the primary ground force in campaigns across Eritrea, Libya, and Ethiopia. By the 1930s, tens of thousands of Eritrean men had been conscripted or enlisted, forming a substantial portion of Italy's military presence in East Africa. Yet this incorporation operated within a rigid racial hierarchy. Eritrean soldiers were commanded exclusively by Italian officers, denied pathways to leadership, and often assigned the most dangerous combat roles. At the same time, they developed long-term relationships to military service, sometimes serving for decades, which complicates any simple reading or of coercion or loyalty. The Askari then occupy a difficult position. They are both instruments of colonial expansion and subjects living within, navigating and at times resisting that structure. As Tekeste Nagesh notes in his 1987 dissertation, colonial rule operated by defining relations between colonizer and colonized in immutable terms. That fixity is useful to keep in mind when looking at this image, because what appears as a simple gathering is already structured by a system that determines who is seen, how they are seen, and what kinds of expression are legible. Hamid Idris Awate, widely regarded as the father of Eritrea's armed struggle, also emerges from this Askari formation. Before he becomes the figure who fires the first shot in 1961, he is already positioned within the colonial military apparatus, trained, disciplined, and circulated through Italian imperial structures. What is striking, and what scholars such as Jonathan Tewelde make clear, is that Awate's afterlife is not only historical, but visual and constructed. His image, often drawn from a limited set of photographs, has been reworked into a national icon, one that suppresses the contradictions of his earlier life as an Askari, while amplifying a narrative of origin, rupture, and liberation. My project moves in a related direction, but through sound rather than image. If Awate's photograph becomes a site where national meaning is composed, stabilized, and revised, then what I am asking is, how do musical practices perform a similar work? How does sound carry, complicate, or even refuse these same mythic consolidations? Going back to the question, my approach to this generative listening does not involve turning to colonial sound recordings, of which there are few. Instead, I composed an original piece titled March of the Askaris in response to this postcard for my forthcoming album on the UK-based Soundway Records. The composition is not an attempt to reconstruct what these men played. It is not a recovery project, and it does not claim historical accuracy. Rather, it functions as a methodological provocation. It allows me to think through how contemporary artistic practice might engage a colonial image in a way that amplifies the agency of those depicted, without fabricating historical certainty. The colonial archive, whether visual, textual, or sonic, does not simply preserve. It organizes names and frames. In doing so, it limits what can be known. In this case, the postcard gives us a scene, but it withholds intention, affect, and self-articulation. The challenge for me, therefore, is not how to recover what is missing, but how to work at the edge of that limit. Let me turn more closely to the image itself. It is a fairly relaxed scene. There are approximately 50 men pictured. In the foreground, around 20. In the background, perhaps 30 more. They are dressed in a combination of white traditional garments and what appear to be street clothes. The men are wearing interesting hat bonnets, or bonnets. Many are barefoot, some are seated, others standing. There are drums, the large one-sided keboro, or negarit, is normally used in Orthodox church settings. I count 12. Their expressions are not uniform. Some are smiling, some appear suspicious, others look tired, even exasperated. They look toward the photographer. The ground is raw dirt. The sky appears overcast. There are poles, flags in the distance, and trees beyond. The day of time is unclear. The context even more so. We have detail, but we do not have a frame of reference except concerto and our imaginations. But I dig deeper. What is the occasion of this photographic capture? Is this before a social performance, after a procession, a pause during the usual military staging, or a moment of rest between acts of labor or violence? We do not know. And that uncertainty is not incidental. It is structured. The colonial presence is not visibly foregrounded in the frame. It is displaced, perhaps even removed, but it is not absent. It is present in the conditions of the image's production, in the act of staging, and in the inscription on the reverse of the postcard, which anchors interpretation even when the image itself appears open. I have shared this image with Eritrean researchers and interlocutors, and there is no consensus about what is happening here. Some suggest a religious gathering based on the white garments, but that reading does not hold easily. There are no visible priests, no clear ritual markers, and the presence of military elements complicates that interpretation. I like to point out, there's a gentleman here with, if you see the machetes here. The absence of women also raises questions. We remain in a space of partial knowing, and I actually want to stay there. One of my interlocutors in Asmara, the archivist Fitsum Gebrselassie, known as Jumbo Glass, said to me, "This is all we have, and thanks God we have it." I take that seriously. This image is not sufficient, but it is not nothing. It is a trace, an ephemeral moment, possibly before or after something more structured. It is precisely because it is incomplete that it invites another kind of engagement. My response is not to stabilize the image, but to enter into it carefully through sound. The composition, March of the Ascaris, that I wrote, emerges from that encounter, not as a claim and not as a reconstruction, but as an intervention. There is a risk here. To compose in response to this image is to move toward lives that are not fully accessible. So the question becomes, how do you approach that without projecting interiority or romanticizing resistance? My answer is to remain explicit about the limits. The composition does not say, this is what they sounded like. Instead, it asks, what might it mean to construct a sonic field that allows us to encounter them as more than what the image permits? This approach resonates with work by Saida Hartman, who addresses the limits of the archive, cautions against fabricating interiority in the face of silence, and Michel Rolfe-Trouillot, who demonstrates how power shapes what becomes legible as history. In the context of Italian colonialism, Alessandra Ferlito also asks how colonial heritage might be used to unmake whiteness. I am asking a related question. How might composition reorient the listener toward the Africanness, the blackness, toward the humanity of those rendered static in colonial frames without completing their story. So the piece I will play draws on Guayla rhythmic logic, the cyclical 5/8 pulse that organizes collective movement in Tigrinya musical practice, which is central to my research. The composition is ambient and layered. It incorporates repetition, percussion, and chant-like textures. It ebbs and flows. At moments, it may register as a march. At others, something more suspended. I left it unresolved deliberately because I do not know the occasion of the image, and I do not want the music to pretend that I do. What it offers instead is a speculative sonic environment, one that allows for proximity without certainty. You ready to hear it? Probably you guys like, let me hear this, you know? I invite you to listen to it not as a representation of the past, but as an attempt to think through the image sonically, to sit with what is there and what remains just beyond reach. Go back to the beginning where we had the sound check, and that works actually.
Intro.
Interest of time, I'll stop it there, but yeah. Okay, I'll come back to it. What you just heard is not a reconstruction. It is my response to the image, a constructed sonic environment that allows me to engage with the historical photograph newly. The piece draws on repetition and layering to suggest collective movement, but it does not resolve into a fixed narrative. It revels in suspension, and that is the intentional. Because I do not know what is happening in the image, and I do not want the music to impose a story that cannot be supported. So what is the role of this composition? Why make this? It is not to fill in missing history. It is to work alongside the limit, to ask what happens if we allow for the possibility that these men related to one another sonically in ways that exceed the frame, even within constraint. This brings us to the question of agency. Agency here is not freedom in any full sense. These are Ascari, colonial soldiers operating within an imposed system. But that does not mean that sound disappears or that musical practice becomes empty. Practices like drumming organize bodies, produce relation, and carry familiarity. So rather than asking whether these men were free, I'm asking what forms of sonic relation remain possible within conditions that are not of their choosing. When I return to the image after composing the piece, I do not see it more clearly, but I do see it differently. The grouping of the men, the proximity of the drums, the variation in expression, all of these begin to suggest a sociality that is not fully captured by the frame. The image also withholds the conditions that produced it, the asymmetries of labor, discipline, and command that, as scholar Mike Benninghoff makes clear, rendered Eritrean Ascari both essential to imperial warfare and excluded from authority within it. The music does not explain the image, but it shifts how I sit with it. There is a tension here. I am, in a sense, inserting something into the image, a sonic possibility, but I'm trying not to impose a narrative. That distinction matters because the risk is projection. So I keep the composition open. I let it remain unresolved. I let it carry some of the same uncertainty that the image holds. So to close, this kind of reimagining is not without precedent. Ferlito points to the ways sonic reinterpretation can disrupt official histories and their claims to completeness. Many films about the Ascari use their own pomp and circumstance underscore to mark or even unsettle the gravity of the colonial demands. But I am less interested in rewriting the archive than in working alongside it, being explicit about what is there and what is not. So rather than asking what these men sounded like, I am asking what it means to listen toward them, knowing that we cannot fully hear them. This is consistent with my broader work on Gwaila, where I think about music as a practice that holds relation, memory, and presence. In this case, the postcard gives us only a fragment of that world. The composition does not complete it, but it allows me, maybe us, to reflect, to remain with it, and to resist closing it down. So to animate the still life is not to bring the image to life, it is to refuse to leave it entirely still. Thank you.
Stay on stage because we're going to have some Q&A now.
Okay.
So we're done with my one. I just want to boot my computer. I'm going to put it. Oh, it's here. Okay. Speaking. Okay, so we have quite a bit of time for discussion, questions. I just need to ask both the speakers here to speak into the mic because otherwise Tamara won't hear you. And also, if you want to ask a question, you must wait for the mic to come round because the recording won't pick you up if you don't use a microphone. Okay, so that's the sonic rules for this discussion. Maybe I can kick this off with some questions for each of you. I did actually, I used my phone I wasn't texting, I was writing notes on my phone. But, no, I wasn't texting. So I wanted to ask Tamara, can you hear me? Tamara, yeah, great. Just noted down some very interesting points. You said you want to use these, so you're making a film about as I understand it, the massacre, is that right? The Yekatit Azrahulit massacre in Addis Ababa, which I'm sure everybody knows about, 19th to 21st February 1937. Large number of people, civilians, were killed by black shirts and carabinieri to some extent, army, but probably fascist black shirts. And And I want to ask you, you said, how do you use the sounds that you have available without reproducing their logic, their original logic? So sort of working against the, I suppose the intention of those original sounds. And you did talk, I think, a bit, I'd just like you to elaborate that about mixing and modifying the music to repurpose it. So since we can't hear what you're doing, maybe could you just give us some idea of how you're going to do that in your film?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mixture of two approaches. I think one, I've worked a lot with sort of remixing or reimagining musical older songs sort of as archive in my film Finding Sally. I spent a considerable amount of time on that film on the Ethiopian Revolution, finding the music from that period that was used by the military dictatorship. Perhaps in some senses, in a way, music that was used to incite fear, or songs that, for people who remember that period, they're uneasy to hear today, but they're still relevant as part of that sort of sonic language of that period. And I also went and looked for songs from the revolutionary groups of that time, or the rebels, depending on how you're looking at them. A lot of those didn't have actual quality recordings that we could use, so some of those were re-recorded and reimagined. And then the one particular song I used from the Derg government, we sampled bits and pieces of it, so it wasn't going to be as alarming as hearing the entire song with all of its elements dropped into the film. But it was mixed under a piece of the film where there's military people doing house-to-house searches, and where the military is handing out weapons to civilians to take part in the massacre that was happening in the 1970s. So for me, it's about looking at music as an archive and seeing what is relevant to use, so that we're perhaps bringing people a little bit into the past, but not fully immersing themselves. And for me, because with that film, there are people who survived that period that are still alive today, who I knew would watch the film, and in fact did watch the film. I think there's also a duty of care to your audience in terms of how you're helping people remember a painful past without re-traumatizing them. With the film I'm doing on the Italian occupation of Addis, there isn't that same risk per se, especially with Ethiopian and Eritrean audiences, of re-traumatizing people who actually lived through that, because so few people are even still alive today. I think one of the last witnesses passed away only a few months ago that at least myself and Ian Campbell were aware of. And I think within that film, it's also, as I had mentioned earlier, placing the score within context, so that it's not just suddenly you hear a song that is repeating very sexist ideas about, or sexualized ideas about Ethiopian women, or really racist ideas about Ethiopians, without context of why was that song written, what was the political objective behind perhaps pushing this specific narrative and message with Italian audiences. So I don't know if that adds more context for you.
Thank you. And I'm sure there'll be more questions from the audience here, but thank you very much for that. If I can just ask my question to Yemane, so a short question for each of you. Those interviews were so powerful and moving, but I wonder perhaps I could just concentrate on the ones that are musical, that deal with sound. I mean, I think particularly those two men singing the Freedom song at the end was extraordinary. What struck me was how, in this very short occupation by the Italians, just 5 years, they'd implanted, some memories of Italian colonial songs. And I was very struck by that. I mean, they're actually singing them in pretty good Italian pronunciation as well. What about the other side of the songs? I mean, presumably the songs, the Freedom song, did the Abbonizio produce music that you found traces of? I'm just interested to know what kind of songs were coming from the occupied and not just from the occupiers in that period.
So my focus within the Italian period, because my interviews span before, during, and after the Italian occupation. But Haile Gerima, another Ethiopian filmmaker, had been doing extensive work about the resistance with the Patriots. And so what I tried to do, and when I started interviewing, it was already late. So the people that I encountered were people who were children at that time. And the people that were children who also lived in cities or who were taken as prisoners of war to Italy. So some of the individuals, for example, 2 of the women were actually taken to, one was in Italy for 7 years, another one was detained, both were detained, and the second one was detained for about 3 years with their families. So in terms of the songs within the resistance, the people that I encountered were also children of either resistance, members of the resistance, or people who were just in flight. So the music that I have is city music.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So it's dependent on my resources and the availability of the witnesses.
Right. Thank you. I think, Dexter, my question to you, it's such an interesting project. You're working with one image that you've looked at very carefully. You've even counted the number of people. You found the machete. You see how they're dressed and so on. But from that image, you're working, you've produced a musical piece that clearly is not an illustration of the image. It somehow works against it and so on. I just wanted to ask you, is this going to be part of a larger project, or is this, how is this piece going to work? Is it going to work in a performance? Are you going to show the image and play the music? What is the kind of destiny of this piece of research?
Great question. Thank you. Thanks for asking about the larger body of work as well. This is one of 10 songs on an album I'm releasing in September on the UK Soundwave label. I've done already, this is the third in the trilogy, so I've already done 2 records. This is the first time I'm engaging with that particular Gwaila rhythm. This album will have a few Gwaila rhythms as well. But I engage with the Horn of Africa. I'm very much into this kind of derivative work, looking east. I know a lot of people on the east look west and look at hip hop and look for music from the black experience. By the way, my positionality is I'm Black American. I don't have any connection to being Habesha, but I'm called Habesha when I'm around, my people. But I look east to find my inspiration. And so this piece is part of my work engaging with rhythms and soundscapes of the Horn of Africa. And particularly right now, Eritrea, where I've been 10 times now for my dissertation research. But yeah,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the end of my questions. I very much invite you to ask some questions or just join a discussion about these 3 extraordinary presentations that we've just seen. And there is a microphone, just if you can wait for the mic to come to you.
Hello. This question is for Dexter. I appreciate every second of your such an heartfelt presentations. Now, my question is about the metaphysical approach to the soundtrack. You have shown us the postcard at the beginning. You have poured your heart out into it, but then you took it away from us. As a film music person, I could re-fantasize, I could recollect what you said, but my ears is going one way and my memory in another. Now, this will be part, already is, if I missed it, part of a CD collection. Is the postcard being printed in the CD booklet?
Well, I think the question was... Oh, sorry. The question was if I'm going to use that image, and I don't know. It inspired the piece, and we're doing the artwork now. I've selected an Eritrean Ethiopian artist to do the artwork, who's listened to the music, to listen to the same songs, and who's drawing inspiration for the painting, for the artwork. But this image, I don't know if, I'm going to have to speak to some of the experts in the field of copyright and intellectual property about even using this artwork, even for my marketing and promotion. I don't even know if it's even able to be broadcast, So there are definitely tensions around usage. But thank you for the question. I think there might be room to create my own image from the image in some way, because I also draw and paint, so I can maybe there's an opportunity to reproduce in my own way. Yes. So thank you.
Sure, there's a question there.
Thank you for this really fantastic panel. I have a quick question regarding the role of repression in the story, in particular in the aftermath of the attempted assassination of Graziani and the ensuing repression. The Italian colonial administration targeted in particular what they called menestrelli or cantastorie, and they recognized that basically oral traditions and especially also songs and so on could be used to subvert the subvert basically colonial authorities, and it was really powerful to see to some extent like through the story of the imitation in the interviews. So I was wondering, what do you if you see that in your historical research, in your archival research, if that's something that you have seen remembered by people, this aspect of trying to disrupt oral traditions and even musical traditions that, again, at the time would have been very tightly connected. So thank you.
In terms of intervention directly as it relates to music, no, but in terms of daily life, yes. So for example, people who lived in certain neighborhoods were forcibly removed to new areas. And when they moved with their entire family members. So the people that I interviewed remember that. They remember, for example, going to cinema theaters and not being able to sit in the front, sitting in the back. But direct interventions regarding music, regarding culture, no. But it's very hard to say because, again, the people that I interviewed, most of the interviews that I have are of children at that time. And so what they were aware of are the things that are immediately close to them and what they witnessed, and not necessarily broader questions related to administrative policies.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your works and your philosophy. My question is to Yemane. First of all, we are so proud of you. This was amazing work, Yemane.
Thank you.
The question I have for you is, one of the things that struck me in the way that they were singing was as if they were in on the irony. Like, they didn't look brainwashed. They looked like they were laughing at it as they were singing. Do you think it was because it was occupation and not colonialization that they understood the irony of it and it didn't feel like it was colonial in the nature that they sang?
Again, now I'm speculating. I definitely think it's irony because a large number of the people that were singing or that were interviewed lost their fathers in the war. So for example, the two women, one of them, her father was the leader of the front, of the Eastern Front, and he died because of mustard gas. And she and her family were in Italy, detained in Italy for 7 years. The other woman, for example, her father was executed during during the massacre. So when they sing these things, I think it's very layered and nuanced. First of all, they were 5, 6, 7. So when they're learning these as kids learn music, but they're also aware that the reason why these incredible changes in their lives have occurred is because of the invasion and the war, and directly related to their families. So I think when they were children, I don't know so much, but as they grew older, Yes. So, for example, had I talked to people, if I were, had the opportunity to speak to people in the 1960s or 70s, I would venture to say most of them would not sing on camera because of the fear that they would be labeled collaborators. But late in their years, they understand that if you want to call a 5-year-old a collaborator, it's on you. They've just liberated themselves and appreciated and embraced the complexity of that time period.
So I have two questions, one for Dexter, one for Yemane. Thank you for your presentation. It sounds incredibly fascinating. And my question for you, Dexter, is how did you select the specific postcard? Because we have many representing in the same way, with the same approach, in a sort of appropriation of the culture and in a, of course, constructed image, right? So I know you studied Gwaila music. Did you find a specific reference to the Gwaila tradition because of the instruments represented in the postcard?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Isabella. First of all, I collect postcards. So this is one of hundreds that I have. And so I even brought 25 of them, in case, this were, I hand them out and let everyone see them all. In my research, part of my methods are kind of looking at the silence of the postcard and trying to glean whether I'm seeing Gwaila. Am I seeing Gwaila? Do I see the slap and the jump of the dancer? In this particular case, there was no movement. It looked like they were standing still. They were sitting still, but the drums were very present. And for some reason, there was some affect for me. It pulled me in, and I was curious about drums in the frame not being played. And so that gave me an opening to kind of reimagine or reconfigure what I think might have happened. As I was mentioning, I don't know, but it gave me some room to play. And your second question, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
No, I wanted to know if there was an explicit reference to the Gwaila tradition.
Right. So I also study the films. There are Italian films as well. And that's my next study, because I noticed there is some singing in Italy that sounds like it might reference, I'm not sure what music it's referencing, but it sounds indigenous. So I'm very curious about that. That'll be my next exploration of the images. But with this particular case, I chose Gwaila because that's my research, and I'm, it's endeared to me now, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to play multiple drums, keboró. So we used a bunch of keborós. We used even the larger ones that you see. One of my colleagues brought them home from Ethiopia. So we actually played them together in the piece. And did group claps and what have you. So I was trying to kind of conjure this idea of the gathering playing a Gwaila in the midst of Italian colonization. What does that sound like, so to speak?
Okay, thank you. And Yemane, for you, I have first a consideration and then a question. So I was struck by the narrative of the lady in the beginning of the documentary. When she was talking about this theatrical representation of that she saw the day before the occupation, and of this deity with tail and horn that stayed in her memory, and she connected, of course, to Mussolini probably, right? It struck me because later I will talk about a ballet where the character, the protagonist, is actually a deity that references instead to Haile Selassie, and is also a devil. So that was interesting. And the question is, the memory of the songs that appears from the singing is very vivid. So my question is, what is the use of those songs that is made currently, or in the period you were doing the documentary, from people? Are they singing the songs? Are they in which context, if they are doing so? Or it was in a drawer and they just picked them back to the memory when you asked them?
It's a very complicated thing. When they were children, many of these children were taken away from their parents and were put in schools without their parents, without without Ethiopian supervision. So it is their childhood. So when they sing those songs, they're singing about their childhood. They are not thinking about the nuances and the complications of what that means, what it's saying about Ethiopia, what it's saying about them. It's a nursery rhyme. But what happened is immediately after the war, they realized what kind of experience they had gone through, and they realized that it wasn't cool to sing those songs. So some of them told me that they would, at dinner parties, go in a different room, those that were in those schools, and sing those songs together. Now, again, when we're thinking about it today with political eyes, with complicated eyes about what that means, that would sound horrific. But for them, it's an emotional thing. And what I'm trying to bring in this documentary is obviously colonialism is bad. I mean, we're not going to start a conversation on that level. We're not going to start a conversation that racism is bad. I mean, that would be too basic. So what I'm interested in is exploring these nuances of what it means to be a complicated human being, which we all are.
Yes.
Which is not saying that those songs are good. Like, just because they're not singing it because they are embracing Italian colonialism. They're singing it because they're nursery rhymes. They don't understand what they mean. Just like children, when they read fairy tales and the wolf is eating the grandmother, they're not realizing what a horror story that is. It's just a story for them.
Right.
And that's the kind of element that I want to introduce in the conversation.
Yeah, and I think also is an incredible testimony of a cultural encounter, because it's true, it's a cultural encounter. They are speaking Italian and they are singing an Italian melody. I wonder if it was true also for some Italians living in Africa at a certain point, if they were singing some traditional songs. I don't know, it's possible. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to ask or make a comment on the concerto postcard, Dexter, which is very, very interesting visually. And I was wondering, did we see on the postcard, on the concerto at the back, is there a date?
No date.
There's no date. So and this is from Eritrea. And I was wondering if this was even before the fascist occupation, this picture was taken. That's one question. And the second one is the March of Askaris. And the people we're seeing sitting by the drums, they're dressed in white. And we also see 3 priests with their turban. And then next to them, you see again in white. And it just made me wonder if they were, whom we call diakon or deftera, if they were, church, they're serving in the church. And I don't see those who are sitting, I don't see any askari there because there's no uniform. And then there is a man on the left from here who's standing also, who's got his netala wrapped. And I'm just wondering if there was any celebration, a feast, because there's the nagarit also, and the Italian photographer put them there and took a picture. I'm just thinking of possibilities of interpretation of that photograph, especially because there is a date missing of the event.
No, thank you. I need to get your number and make sure we talk about it. But as you see, it's all speculation. And you see things I don't see. You know, right. You don't see Ascaris. And so for me, that was I was seeing Ascaris, even though they aren't Ascaris. I'm seeing Ascaris. So even I make the mistake of interpreting falsely, you know, possibly. But it's all interpretation. Like I mentioned, I'm not making a statement about what they were playing. I'm speaking about my inspiration from seeing it, right? Right. And so, but you mentioned some great things. That's why I want to get your information, because I see newly now.
It's because for some of us, maybe it's clearer when we see the turbans. Automatically, it could be a Sunday after church. It could be a big annual religious feast, a celebration, and that's why you have the nagarit also, because you don't see the nagarit coming out on every day. And then it's the dress and the men, and then the age also, because you have very young ones in the front.
Yes.
So it just made me think, I really love your music, the interpretation, and I hope you will make us listen to it at some point again.
Thank you.
It's really, really beautiful, and look forward to the whole interpretation. It's very artistic. It's incredible.
I'm glad you took the mic, because you weren't going to take the mic at first, and then you took it. But let me just say, to your point, imagine then the rabbit hole that sent me down, you know, and what your conversation is now sending me, you know. Now I'm looking at, okay, how do I recreate that now? What she said. You see, that's the possibility of this kind of, you know, autoethnography.
Exactly.
If you will.
That's why I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a fantastic panel. Thank you all so much. Yemane, it's particularly just so wonderful to see the way things are pulling together after all the years of work. My question has to do with Gashabi Ford. It's very interesting because Rabbi Ford, his father, went to Ethiopia to help put together a band and perform around the court. And he was Marcus Garvey's songwriter. And then he dies before the war. Mama Ford is a piano player. She's a music teacher. She's there, and he grows up in this household. So I'm wondering, did he say anything about how the music, you know, if anything, in the household, like if it was, his memory is so specific. And now I'm wondering what the music, because there was music in the household too, and they came with a, you know, sort of the family came with that purpose in mind. How did it translate for him? You know, big picture, small picture, household kind of story.
So the person Dr. Heran is referring to is the individual who, at the tail end of the piece, was also singing the chant of the Kenyan soldiers. That individual, his mother and father came to Ethiopia in the early 30s. They were West Indian. The father died, as Heran said, before the war, and the mother had two young boys on the eve of the war in Addis, completely on her own, with I think one other companion, and lived through the occupation. Now, what he told me when I interviewed him, his memory before the war is almost non-existent, but what he told me is what he was told. So his parents would play at nightclubs, performing jazz. During the war, all of that was gone, and Mrs. Ford made a living by, she became a seamstress. And it was a very, very difficult time for her. I don't think that Gashabi went to school during that time. Formally, I think his mother, because later on, his mother opens a school, a co-ed school, a very celebrated co-ed school. So I think that during the war, he was homeschooled. But because he was born in 1933, so because he was 6, 7, 8, and he was very impressionable, and because of what you just said, their music in the household, because they had a piano, they had musical instruments, he was very much in tuned. So when he listened to these pieces, I think it stuck to his head. But it stuck to his head. For example, it was Gashabi who told me about the Kenyan soldiers, not the Ethiopians. Yeah. So also his sensibility in terms of his awareness of what different people remember is also telling of their context.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. I have two questions. One for Yemane and one for Tamara. I wanted to ask, actually, thinking about the different musical styles that are the imitation at the piano with the singing of the kind of, it seemed like almost a quasi operatic kind of singing. I was curious to hear a little bit more about that, and then I'll just give both questions and then you can both answer. And Tamara, I'm curious how you are engaging specifically with the archives that you're kind of sifting through to find material. You mentioned Istituto Luce, newsreels. What are the other ones that you're kind of examining? And how are you? What does the access look like, etc.? So those are my two questions for you both.
So the individual you mentioned, his name is Tamara. Go, Tamara. We haven't heard you in a while, so please go.
Okay. Just maybe to clarify, I think the question was about the overall archives we're accessing. I think that's one of the reasons why projects like this often take a really long time. I've been working with Institute Luce. I think my first trip there was as soon as we could travel during COVID, so maybe late 2021. I've been there and spent, I don't know, too much time in Rome now, probably 5 or 6 trips to do sort of extensive in-person digging with them. I also started working with a team of researchers through the University of Rome. I've been into a number of the state archives, looking both through documents, through images. But I think one of the other things that helps with this type of research is actually a lot of the information is in people's personal collections. And sometimes some of the stuff comes up on eBay because, an older member of the family passes away and the grandkids or the great-grandkids are like, what is all this junk in the attic? What are all these old photographs? So I was lucky to find a individual in Rome that collects a lot of these archives that are often things that came from soldiers and other members of the Italian government that were in Ethiopia during the occupation. So it's a mix of things. For me, I really like to do very, very deep research. So I've read, I think, almost every book published in English that has anything to do with Italy during that period, anything to do with Mussolini, because I really take the approach of doing really sort of immersive filmmaking. And then, of course, looking in other countries outside of Italy and going through newsreel about how internationally these stories were being reported on. I'm lucky, I think, because I'm working so closely with Ian Campbell on this film, and he's already done a lot of the more, shall we say, news reportage and military document-based research to inform the writing of his books. The other thing I wanted to comment on really quickly was to the individual who asked about music and the repression of music. I think one of the things that maybe we forget about or that gets overlooked is the huge repression during the Italian occupation on the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, which was sort of a key a way of trying to control the population because the church was so closely tied to the national identity of Ethiopians. And of course, when you're going after clergy, especially after the massacre of Addis, Graziani was quite paranoid and he felt that the Ethiopian church had or was doing very specific things against him. So all of those, while it's not a specific policy against music, that would have led to a reduction in spiritual practice and thus a reduction in music and church chants, etc., because it's so closely tied to the practice of worship. So hopefully that adds clarity on the earlier question. It's probably a good thesis topic for someone to actually dig into. Thank you.
So the person that you're referring to, his name is Tesfaye Sahalu. Tesfaye Sahalu had many lives. His father was a scout, a military scout before the war. So essentially he used to go ahead of the army to gather intelligence. And his father, I believe, died during the war. And so he was also one of those abandoned kids that had to make their own lives. And during the occupation, he learned musical instruments, and he became good. And later in life, he was probably one of the 2 or 3 most revered and celebrated actors of his generation. He interpreted both Ethiopian plays, and for example, he was celebrated as for playing Iago in Othello. And then later on, he became a Mr. Rogers for children in terms of storytelling. So he continuously invented his life. So I imagine even from a young age, he was incredibly impressionable and was able to look at behavior and interpret it quickly.
What did he play, the instruments?
He played, so for example, he played, I believe, mostly piano, but the other thing I forgot is Ethiopia participated in the United Nations. He was part of the United Nations contingent during the Korean War. So he was the equivalent of the US, so meaning within the Ethiopian force, he went there to help the troops relax with music. And with the other thing that he did, he also did magic tricks. Yeah, so he was a Renaissance person, to use an Italian term.
So, Ascari, with the accent on the I, is also an Italian term now, right? It's still used in the political arena. And I was actually wondering if any of you knew when it was introduced, because nowadays it's used derogatorily, right? Basically, it means that you are going with the flow of your large, normally it's like the majority party side figures, like people who just almost zombie-like vote along with the majority. We have now in the political language, the Ascari of Berlusconi means those who are not even trying to bring to the table their own mind, etc. But I'm under the suspicion that the term was introduced actually already before the war with this meaning, which is a little bit of an absurd twist if you think about it, because if during fascism already the term was being used as diminishingly, and we're talking about troops that were on the side of the Italians, but in the Italian political arena, the term has a negative connotation already. I'm not entirely sure that that's the story, so that's why I'm asking it. Any of you can answer that.
I suspect the same thing.
Yes.
In fact, in my research, I found pejorative meanings of that word, parasitic. There are usages of the word that aren't so ethical, and so I was curious too. I was wondering when that happened. I don't know. That will have to be work in progress, but it's a great question. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the exact origin, but yeah, it's a term that's taken from Arabic, as it comes from Eritrea, and I mean, every colonial power, British, French, Germans who had colonial troops, so indigenous people who had this ambivalent status. And I think that, in all these cases, Algeria, for instance, famous, as you were saying, there's a problem. These people are put into very dangerous combat situations. They're often the people who are most often exposed to being killed. They have no authority and no real power. But of course, they're on the side of the enemy. If you're seeing this from the point of view of the occupied Ethiopians, they're enemies. So that ambivalence is very problematic. I'm not sure though the origin is certainly pre-35.
But what I could say is that in the same way that Ethiopians don't refer to themselves as Abyssinian, when the Ethiopians that I talk to, or even the Eritreans that I talk to, when they refer to the Askaris, they would refer to them as Hamasien, which is a region and a people within a very specific part, highland part of Eritrea. Now, whether or not all Askaris were Hamasien, I don't believe so, but I don't think so. But they refer to them as Hamaseno or Hamasenoch, and very rarely have I heard Ethiopians use Askari.
Are there other questions? Yes.
I was wondering if it is an Eritrean word, Askari. If we acquired the word during the occupation, or...
No, it's pre-occupation.
I think it's before.
Yeah, it's definitely before. I think it was around in the 1910s.
Because I think it was probably also used in Libya.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I see at the beginning the meaning of the soldier that comes from Arabic word? Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, we have soldier askari. Can we? It's okay. So the Arabic word is askari, and the Italians were using it.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering ashkar, because we have so many words that we have taken from Arabic, and then the askari is ashkar, which means servant or not loyal. Also ashkar, it's a pejorative word, but I'm speculating. From askari, askar, ashkar.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. There's a hand over there, possibly. Yes.
No, there are two different verbs in Arabic.
Okay, microphone.
Sorry, there are two different verbs in Arabic that you are mixing now.
Okay.
Askari and ashkari.
Okay. What does ashkari mean?
It's come from shukran, also from to be thankful.
Ah. Okay, thank you.
Can I just hop in again? Sorry, I said I'd said enough, but I wanted to ask Tamara another question, because your presentation was the only one we heard about music, but we didn't actually hear any music. We heard some singing and we heard your piece. And you said something very interesting, which is the decision not to use music. You say sometimes, I think I'm quoting you, sometimes the most ethical choice can be refusal when you don't use music. So I'm trying to imagine this soundtrack, which I can't hear. And I also wanted to ask you about the use of Ethiopian music. I think you said you're bringing in some contemporary music, which I assume is Ethio jazz or something not from that period. I wanted to ask you about music from the period, because I'm sticking my neck out here because I don't really know the material, but I know that some of the Italian films, the fascist films, shot in Ethiopia, one example is Sotto la Croce del Sud, which is Brignone's film of 1938. Also some of the documentaries record performances. There's a minstrel playing in this film of 1939 called La Fondazione della Nuova Addis Abeba. So we do have bits of music, and of course there was this presence of anthropologists, people who are interested in going in there and recording local music. So do we have in some of your sound sources from the period recordings of music played by the people there and not just from the occupiers?
Yeah, and maybe it's a mistake I didn't talk about that as much, because I really went into this thinking to talk about the music and the archive source from Italy. I work on this specific film on the score with Guru Mesmor, who's an Ethiopian musician, music teacher, and someone who also does a lot of work and effort into studying Ethiopian musical history. So we started to find some Ethiopian and Amharic language content from the 1930s. But we haven't yet gotten to the point of, a lot of the choice of music at this stage is because we have the full script of the film and we have an idea of what we think may go where. in the film, but you never really know what actually ends up in there until you really fully start editing. The other thing is also often the quality and the availability of the Ethiopian sourced music from that period, whether it's music or photos or video archive, just because the archives haven't been maintained in Ethiopia in the same way that they are in Italy and other European countries. We're always starting at a disadvantage. So sometimes it is, I couldn't hear the music in any of the other presentations over Zoom, but sometimes it's that you're finding the lyrics and you're able to reimagine them with a new composition today, so that bit of history can arrive in the film in that way if you can't find a recording of the sonic quality. And I think you had a second question at the beginning, or did I capture it?
Just about this, when you say the most ethical choice is not to use any sound at all, what did you mean by that?
I think for me that has a lot to do with the lyrics, right? Because there's some directors that will say something sounds sonically interesting, and I don't care if the audience of my film doesn't understand Italian or Tigrinya or Greek or whatever the language is. I just like how it sounds, so I'm going to put that in. I want to know what is being said, because I know that there is someone who will understand what's being said. And that's, for me, where the responsible use of the music comes in terms of, for the person who does understand this, or if we subtitle it, is it adding something to the story? Is it helping us frame the information that we want to pass, the conversation that we want to start with the film? That's sort of the ethical line I think about in terms of adding unnecessary trauma. And I think also very much so with this film, because, history is often written and remembered and told by the victors or by the perceived victors. And a lot of the writing, the coverage, the films, up until recently about this period are not authored and voiced by Ethiopians, or when they are authored by Ethiopians, a lot of the talking heads and the experts we have are not Ethiopians. So for me, that's a very specific choice in the lens of how we're voicing this film, that it's really very much from the Ethiopian perspective. So that adds another layer of how much space am I going to give through the score and through the lyrics to the engine of fascist Italy and that ideology, and what is the balance and what is the appropriate amount. So hopefully that's helpful. These are all the questions we think about in the edit. And as well, I'll mention with archive from Luce, the framing. A lot of the framing is very much looking down on the Ethiopians, because it's how stuff was shot in that time, because it's a perspective of how that footage was going to be used. So it's also choosing what content is showing the images that we want to pass, because we are not trying to look down on the people in Addis at that period. We're trying to show them as dignified humans and to remember and establish a platform for their voices.
Thank you.
Can I just quickly add, because you had a question about music. Yeah. So during the fascist era, because this has also appeared on the website to promote this conference, there's a photograph that you saw with the woman that is singing. Her name is Nigatwa Kelkai. Nigatwa Kelkai was a celebrated singer pre-war, occupation, post-occupation, until probably the 1960s. And behind her was Farada Golla, who's another also very well-known musician. Now, these two individuals, as well as others, were recorded during the fascist era, and there were maybe 40 LPs that were recorded. Now, I managed to find a collection. It used to be in the household of Hafid Zazwal de Georgis, and I managed to find the records, and I digitized them. So the 40 records. But because of the constraints, meaning I wanted to use individual singing rather than sound, have a soundtrack. But ironically, the wealth of material that we have of that time period in terms of music comes from those recordings. And I believe what Falceto is doing right now is creating records or CDs from those records. Yeah.
Thank you. There is, I think, a question at the back, and then I think after that we probably need to break for lunch. But let's take this last question.
Well, I'd like to thank the panelists. They were really wonderful, and I'm still thinking. I really love to see Abbey Ford in the image. I was almost shocked, and then I become, it was emotional, because he's an old friend. Heron just mentioned him and family. So West Indian, Kenyan, Ethiopian, American. He was very funny person, but I didn't know he was this funny after seeing the clip here. That was really wonderful. As for the songs, I was really, it threw me back to the 60s, to growing up in another part of Africa, West Africa, and singing French songs, from Marseillaise to, Nous sommes des braves égales, and so on. So all these things. And of course, this is about fascism, but I was really, I still sing this song sometime in the shower, So that's how moving it is. But anyway, I was really happy about that. I was also thinking, and this is what got me thinking, about the concerto thing. If Dexter had known exactly what the image meant, would he have been able to create the music that we heard, that we love? And that sent me back to Ethiopian jazz in this country, to the shoulder dances, to all these things. And I was taking pictures and sending it to friends. So Roland Barthes talked a lot about this. They read their late text and they write their late text. When you read a text and you know the meaning of it, and then you shut up, And then the writer late text, he keep rewriting it, So I really appreciate the panel. Thank you all very much.
Want to say something, or should we? No. Okay. Thank you all for the comments, questions. Great. So we're going to have a lunch break now. We're going to reconvene at what time, Isabella?
Around 1:30, 1:45.
Okay, so we have just over an hour now for lunch, which is upstairs. Okay.
Today will be joining us via Zoom, and they'll be on the screen shortly. And Isabella, you probably mentioned earlier, but there's only going to be two talks for this chunk of time, both from Gianpaolo Chiriacò and then from Emilio Tamburini. So we're going to start with Chiriacò's presentation. I'm going to give him a brief introduction. So Gianpaolo Chiriacò works as a researcher at the Archive for Popular Music Studies, University of Innsbruck. After a 3-year experience at the Center for Black Music in Chicago, Chiriacò has conducted extensive research on the relationship between popular music and Italian colonialism. He is principal investigator of the research project Sonietio, financed by a Marie Curie Fellowship, that aims at publishing the sonic archives of music of the Horn of Africa recorded during the Italian occupation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chiriacò.
All right, thanks a lot, Cliff. Thank you very much, Isabella and Nicola, for having me here today. Even though on a distance, it's very exciting to be here. I was able to catch a little bit of the Q&A that you had before, unfortunately not the presentation, but I could hear how much themes and details and discussions has been going on. So I'm very glad to join in. What I'm going to talk about is a project of restitution that we built together within the project Sonietio that Cliff just mentioned. And it is mainly based on the recordings that were made during the Italian occupation in Ethiopia, recording that somehow were related to the whole Horn of Africa and different traditions and different cultural specificities. Before I go into it, I wanted to mention that there is a sort of a little exhibition going on right now in Crema around Milan. Is like the first version of it, and then this exhibition will move to Addis Ababa in about 10 days, 15 days, for presenting the same exhibition at the National Archive in Addis Ababa. So we are very excited. And what I'm going to present today is a PDF out of some of the posters of this presentation. I want to show them and talk about them to give a little bit of overview of what the exhibition is about, what the project has been able to accomplish, and what the project and the kind of difficulties and complexities and problematic aspects that the project has to deal with within this past 2 years, more or less. So what I think it was been mentioned that there have been recordings that were about 40s, and they were related to the picture that has been used for this presentation. And this is all very true. The one thing that we don't know, because these are all information that we collected from different sources, but we really don't know how many of these recordings were actually made, how many of these recordings were actually published, how many of these recordings are still available and not found yet. So we know that there has been a main chunk of this collection that has been named among collectors, so to say, among music lovers, the Checchia collection. Just because, and you'll see the cover in a second, the main person who was behind this collection was named Checchia Pasha. His father was from Yemen, his mother was from Eritrea, but he was very active in Addis Ababa at the time of Italian occupation. He received this sort of a task to collect musicians for the Italian section of Columbia Records of that time. And Italians trust them, even though they were also checking on him. There are files from the Italian police of that time, really looking at what he was doing at that time. But anyway, Checchia, according to the few sources that we have, Checchia put together a contest. So musicians moved from different parts of the Italian Empire at that time and went to Addis Ababa for this recording. And the picture, probably, we don't know for sure, but it's probably related to that moment. We see Negato Akelka, we see Ferrer de Gola, and an Italian official, and they are close to this AR microphone, being the national broadcasting company, the Italian national broadcasting company at that time. But again, the problem of this collection is that we don't have any archive. I think Tamara Dawit was mentioning the problem of archive in Ethiopia. In this case, there is absolutely the same problem in Italy as well. We don't have an archive that has been able to collect all these recordings, all this sonic documentation of that time. So the work that we try to do was trying to put together this information. And I use the we because as soon as I arrived in Ethiopia, trying to put together the information about these recordings, I started working with a collective called the Andemta Collective. It's a collective of researchers, artists, collectors, and together we gathered the necessary information to do the first thing that the project wanted to do, which is the catalog of the recordings. Now, I mentioned the Columbia recordings because it is the biggest one, but it's not by any means the only one. And again, the catalog that we put together so far, it's not intended to be exhaustive by any means. It is a first start, and we do hope we can improve it. We can collect more information. And I also have to mention that we try to build the archive, build the catalog based on digitization that we have been able to do. So what we did was like trying to trace all the 78 RPM records that collected these recordings and digitize them, photograph the cover, try to use the best technology possible and collect all the information. Now, this has not been possible in every case because, like I said many times, we were collecting documents and information from different people and different sources and also different parts of the world. So I'm going to share the first version of the catalog that it has been online for a couple of days now, and you can see how we collected. So we are just using the information that we have on the records. So for example, the Colombia records, they do have a serial number, reference number for sure. They have the Italian name of the song. They have the same name in Amharic, and they also have the name of the musician and the Amharic version of it. And I can share, I'm going to share the link at the end of the presentation so you can scroll up and down and see how many of them. There are also, like I said, other record labels after Colombia. There's been Odeon, Cetra. Please have a look at the pictures of Odeon and Cetra, which are pretty nice, pretty interesting, I should say. And I'm going to also try to click on one of this, and you can see the picture of the record. And I'm going to play this version of a choral song with Negato a Kelkai as a leading voice in it. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop here. You could hear Negato voice, you could hear the choir, you could hear the ululation, the elta toward the end of the little excerpt that we did listen to. So now, as I mentioned, I want to move to the exhibition that is going on, and will be moved to Addis Ababa. So what the exhibition does is a sort of celebration of the fact that the collection that we put together, just to give some number, we have found out and digitized or collected, as you say, about 250 pieces of music. There, we are going to return to the archive. The sources suggest that there have been about 350 recordings in total. So we still have a lot of work to do. But the number is already significant, and the part of returning to the archive is something that is very, very dear to the project, very important to the project. And like I said, we want to celebrate in a way that we want to bring it to the archive and let people know that there is this source and the catalog is there that can be listened to and can be, and we hope that it will sort of sparkle new research and new uses can come out. Somehow the archive can be reactivated. What it means, I will talk about it in a few minutes. So I'm going to show you a few posters from the exhibition. And as I do it, I also, what is it? Okay, maybe I close it. Yes, I did. close it up. So just a second. All right, so now we should be able to share it. Okay, we start from here. This is exactly the picture that you could see on the cover of the Columbia Records. This is Kakia Pasha. And so we wanted to present the collection through the exhibition and focus on a couple of things. Well, let's start from the title. 90 Years of Silence, in a way, wants to highlight the fact that we've known about the presence of this archive, but we haven't been able to grasp the whole the whole archive in a way. It's you know, it's a one thing if you can listen to just one song, if you have just one song, but once you know you have this big campaign of recordings from different regions, so it starts to be more interesting, right? And also the 90 Years of Silence somehow refers to the sort of, this is probably more from the Italian perspective, this sort of removal of not only of the colonial history, but also of the colonial artifacts, or in this case, the colonial sonic elements and encounters. And I'm using the word colonial sonic encounters because in a way, we also wanted to present this collection in relation with the violent elements that musicians, and I'm talking about musicians from the Horn of Africa, but especially Ethiopian musicians, had to face during the Italian occupation. So this is something that the person I worked with in Ethiopia, the Andemsak Collective, made very clear it was particularly relevant for them. And we tried to focus during the exhibition about it, and I'll talk about it in a second. But before I go into that, I also wanted to address the question of what was this archive about? What was the scope of it from the Italian administration point of view? So first of all, it wasn't exactly like an ethnographic endeavor like you would think about when you think about the Berliner Phonograph Archive or some other big campaign of this kind. In a way, the main objective was to basically sell records. Now, we don't know how many of these records actually hit the Italian market. From the Columbia collection, that is the big part of it, we know that just one arrived to the Italian market, a 78 RPM with 2 Tigrinya songs. But nevertheless, the main objective was to somehow feed the need of this exoticism for the Italian public. You know, there have been talk about, okay, there is this Italian empire, and somehow it has to be shown, it has to be talked about, it has to be listened to. So these records somehow were just doing the same thing that the colonial exhibitions were doing, or the Mostra Triennale d'Oltremare in Naples was doing. And we know a little bit that some of these recordings were made in collaboration with the Triennale d'Oltremare. Now, the Triennale d'Oltremare was opened up in May 1940 and was closed in June 1940, just after a month. And just like the Triennale d'Oltremare was just shut down and wasn't there anymore, these records also disappeared. So that you see the reason why we chose this 90 years of silence, also to remark this sort of like I said, removal of the presence of colonial history in Italy. And again, from the Italian perspective, we've been able to dig in this last few months into a very significant and very rich archive in Addis Ababa called the Unity Park Archive that has been collected a lot of documents that. Sorry, my kids are coming. They shouldn't be here, they know, but that happens all the time. So the Unity Park Archive has collected a lot of documents from Italian offices, especially the Ufficio Politico. And the Ufficio Politico played an important role. And I wanted to show the poster of that. The Ufficio Politico was also controlling the Ufficio Stampa and Propaganda, which was the main source of the records. I'm going to quote two main documents that we've been able to find. The one was signed by Aldo Principale, who was the head of the Ufficio Politico at the time of Hecatites Raulet. Principale was a person who could understand somehow some important cultural elements of Ethiopia at that time, but at the same time, because he was able to understand, he was the one who was suggesting to go and persecute what has also been mentioned during the Q&A before, this infamous bando, this infamous persecution of what they call Indovini and Stregoni and Cantastorie. So basically they were going after musicians, especially Asmari Watch, especially this very, this traditional role, the traditional role of Asmari Watch in Ethiopia. They were, by telling story and informing about the news, somehow also giving information about what was really happening in the battlefield between the resistance groups and the Italian army. So the Ufficio Stampa and Propaganda, the second document I wanted to mention is this letter that we received. I'm having a message from Isabella. Hope everything is working. Everything's perfect. Perfect. The second document that we received, that we found at the Unity Park, it tells us that at one point in 1940, the Italian Ufficio Stampa e Propaganda was sending a few of these records to Ugo Bordoni, who was at that time leading the Museo dell'Africa Italiana, the so-called Museo dell'Africa Italiana. So basically, they wanted to build what they called the Discoteca Coloniale, but never got there. Those records got lost. And in his letter, the Ufficio Stampa was underlying that those records were not supposed to be listened to publicly. They were supposed only to be used by scholars and researchers because of their contents. They were not sure that those contents could not have any impact, any celebration of the previous emperor of the Negus or of the partisans, of the patriots who were fighting on the field. So this is from the Italian point of view. Regarding the presentation of the violence, we wanted to use two main elements. We built for the exhibition sort of a big picture of Blau. Blau is the famous musician. He was a very tall man, 7'5", I guess, something like that, who was graced by the Negus and gave him the role of first of the umbrella career, but then also of the major drum of the imperial band, the imperial orchestra at that time. So he was leading the marching band with this big presence, and Italians actually executed him a few days after the proclamation of the empire, because they found him within a group of partisans, and they knew about his role. And the other way we tell the story of this persecution is, of course, what I already mentioned, the communication between the official politico and the generals on the field about the necessity of finding out indovini and cantastorie and basically kill them or confine them. What was the rationale over there? How should a general decide? And Principale, the head of official politico, was very clear. He was saying, you should not leave alive those who have big followers, who have a lot of followers, who have big followings. So in a way, the risk or the necessity of killing them was based on how successful they were. 1 year later, we also find information about 2 people who were confined and then in Somalia, and then they were able to come back to Ethiopia. And the same names appear on the list of musicians who were recording during the Kekia collection. We don't know whether those are the same persons, because it can also be that it's just a case of the same name. It is, of course, possible, but it's very interesting to think that it is possible that musicians who were confined then came back and were recorded. And this is part of what makes this collection extremely interesting and fascinating and mind-blowing in a way, because on the one hand, it is a reminder of the kinds of violent acts and violent persecutions that the Italians were carrying out during the occupation. On the other hand, even though there was the situation, there was the context, those records, especially when you take them together, is an important cultural heritage, and it gives a lot of information and hopefully will give a lot of food for a lot of inputs to next musicians. I wanted to mention, and I'll stop there, in the exhibition we also say we want to reactivate those this collection on those records. This has been the difficult part. Part of it is as finding information about biographies of musicians, apart from some very famous names, some like Negato Akelkai, Frederic Collat, Kebedege Sese, and some others, has been very difficult, or as far as I can tell, impossible so far. We hope that there can be some new research coming out, being able to find more, because this is also part of like restitute dignity while also restitute the archive. And the other part is that we haven't been able so far, but we hope that in the next versions of the exhibitions we will be able to do it, is to reactivate, to ask musicians to come out with new music inspired by these records. And I was very happy to listen to Tamara Dawit, who said that she's working with Gerum Mezmur, because Gerum Mezmur is an Ethiopian musician who knows a lot about this. He's been informed about this research along the way. So I hope he can use for new music some of these old ideas and old sounds that have been recorded and now are available. I want to finish with a little anecdote. We conducted some little workshops with young musicians to have them listen to the music. And a young musician, a very articulate and passionate begana player, is a religious instrument. It's an instrument that you play to build an intimate relationship with God in a way. And he was also a researcher in a way, because he's been studying what begana players before him did. And he was particularly moved by the possibility to listen to one of the musicians, Demissie, about whom he read a lot. He heard a lot of stories, but could never, at that until that moment, could never listen to the music and listen to the sounds of his begana. So in a way, when we played that, it was there. It got very emotional, and we were all very, very happy, and we somehow could feel the real motivation of this research, and somehow the good part, while trying not to remember all the problematic aspects of it. And I will just stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Gianpaolo. That was very, very fascinating. I'm excited to discuss it after Emilio's presentation. Now to introduce Emilio Tamburini. They are a researcher, filmmaker, and PhD candidate in Italian Studies and Culture and Media here at New York University. They have co-authored with Ignazio Macchiarella the book Le voci ritrovate, cante e narrazioni di prigionieri italiani della Grande Guerra negli archivi sonori di Berlino, published by Nota in 2018. Emilio is currently working on a dissertation film about the right to the city, with a focus on urban soundscapes and spatial politics in Bologna. Please join me in welcoming Emilio.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Isabella.
Yes, perfect. Great. Grazie mille.
Grazie a voi. Sorry about the technical issue. And thank you, Clifton, for the introduction. Thank you, Isabella and Nicola for having me remotely. Let's share the screen, share sound as well. Okay, it should be this one. Yes. And slideshow. Do you see what I see? Do you see the slide?
Yeah, we see everything. You're good to go.
Great. So I'm gonna jump right in. The title of my presentation is Dancing the Impero, the production of racialized space in Italian colonial songs. And I'm gonna start by sharing the structure of my presentation. I'm gonna introduce the research project Listening to Italian Colonialism, which is a project that I worked on with Gianpaolo, that we just heard, and Alessandra Ferlito. And the very first thing that this project did was to delineate a repertoire of songs produced in Italy about the occupation of Ethiopia. So it circumscribed this repertoire of songs mainly from the 30s, and I'm gonna say more about that. Then I'm gonna tackle a specific question that I want to ask to this repertoire, and this question is the production of colonial space in these recordings. So can we think of these recordings as operations that, among other things, also produced a colonial space? And what I'm doing here is really sharing a thought process rather than findings. So my apologies if it's going to be incomplete and tentative. But as Clifton said, I'm working on a film about space and the urban space, and I just found that some of the questions I'm dealing with were very resonant with some questions that I encountered in working with on this archive with Gianpaolo. So I will then propose some sketches of an analysis of these songs with these from this spatial perspective, and a few remarks and questions in the end. So, listening to Italian colonialism. Some of you may already be familiar with this project, but I want to briefly give an overview of both the material that that the project aimed at studying, and also the debates that that were generated within this project. So, as I said, it circumscribed a repertoire of colonial songs, mostly published, performed, published, and broadcasted during the Italian occupation of Ethiopia. I want to share a few things about how we listen to these songs. So one of the things that we cared about in trying to work with them was to always remember that these songs are not just propaganda, and of course they also had a propagandistic scope, but we tried to look at them as complex cultural artifacts which were not fully controlled by the regime, and also as pieces of modern Italian imagery, and as such they resonated beyond their scope. They also featured stars of the musical scene of that time, like Pippo Barzizza, Rodolfo De Angelis, Il Trio Lescano, and other bigs of the Italian popular song. They also incorporated musical influences from the US. They contributed in shaping a cosmopolitan musical taste, as the scholar Jacopo Tomatist has it. So we really thought that we were listening to histories of listening, to use an expression coined, I believe, by Stephen Feld, which it's a way to describe a methodology to make connections between acoustics and epistemology. So this is another way of saying that these songs are not just about history. Or at least it was, our project has not been just about history. It's also been about listening as a practice. And so listening to these songs meant and means to inquire on our positionality as listeners, on the way that they resonate with the present. And so it's not just about what these songs are about, but more about what they do with us and what we can do with them. We also, Gianpaolo Chiriacò catalog these songs, and this catalog is accessible online, and there are two parameters that you can choose: musical style and themes. And you can see a few of the themes. You can see black female body, exoticism, international sanctions, and you can mix and match and see what songs come up. And you can do this if you type "listening to Italian colonialism." You will find this. You will also find the recordings of the listening sessions that we had, where Gianpaolo was in conversation with several scholars, musicians, artists, many of whom are Afro-descendants. And so this was the listening part. We recorded them listening to the songs, and we edited these conversations, and they are freely accessible online. So one of the things that I really wanted to do today is also to point at these resources and at these conversations, and many of all of these people are more entitled to talk about this repertoire than I am, and so I invite you to check those out. We also thought about this project to be used in schools, so I wanted to reiterate that. So coming to the question that I want to ask today. Oh, sorry, this is another listening session that we held in person in Rome at the former Mattatoio with musicians, with Karima 2G and Luca Neves. So it's really about creating situations in which we can listen to these songs. And maybe let's listen to one. And I would ask you to pay particular attention to the second stanza because it's more relevant to what I'm gonna say after.
Decidiamoci mia cara a dire il sì, prepariamoci a viaggiare notte di. Tu vorresti l'aeroplano, il vagone e il ristorante, per andare nel Giappone o nel Chili, ma al contrario m'ha fatico a dir così. Ti porterò con me in Abissinia, un bel veliero c'è sulla banchina, nell'oasi in fior vicino all'equatore, una capanna io t'offro ed il mio cuore. Allor che spunta in ciel la luna piena, una banana e il tè sarà la cena, e stretta a me mia cara mogliettina, diventeremo tre in Abissinia.
Okay, so my questions today, and I wanted to play a song before formulating them, are how can we conceive of the production of space within this colonial repertoire? How to listen to the ways in which such spaces concurred in the creation of racial and colonial strategies of division and extraction, and how to listen to the echoing of such operations in the present. The song that we listen to evokes a space that is highly fictional and imaginative, the oasis somewhere near the equator. And yet, I think what interests me here is the way that symbolic and material strategies always work together in the construction of space. And in dealing with the question of space, I have some assumptions. And one is that space is a social construct. And I am thinking here with Henri Lefebvre, who wrote a lot about this and shaped the fields of study around this notion. A second aspect is that space and time are interwoven. And I think that's relevant in asking questions of space to a time-based medium like music is. And that listening is a performative act. I think we all agree on that. So I also looked for concepts that could be useful to ask this specific question. And one of that is the concept of audible empire. and I would like to read this quote with you by Radan and Olanian. By audible empire, we do not mean to suggest a discrete realm of sound to be observed separately from other territories of the imperial. Rather, we seek to call attention to the discernible qualities of the herd, that which one hears and listens to, that condition imperial structurations. So that is to say, it's not that the sound of the empire is not profoundly connected to visual strategies. In fact, I also would like to pull a couple of images. Another concept that I wanted to mention is that of the sonic color line, which, in the words of Jennifer Lynn Stover, describes the process of racializing sound. How and why certain bodies are expected to produce, desire, and live amongst particular sounds, and its product, the hierarchical division sounded between whiteness and blackness. Speaking of images, I wanted to share this one, which is a sketch by Sorella Clotilde Morano, a nun, and it's the example of a biopolitical project that is made very clear here through the visualization of the movements of bodies in space. So it's a choreography that has been designed for white young women. And I wanted to share this image because it made particularly clear to me how it is through the movement of bodies and identities that space under fascism was produced. And design and movement contributed to the production of gender and race. This other image is more strictly related to the repertoire of songs that we are dealing with, and in this case, siate loro vicini means be close to them, and this image it's an image that promises a proximity that is enabled through sound. And the movement in this case is that of the Italian troops in Ethiopia. And radio technology is endowed with the capacity to offer proximity to them. So this specific advertisement is about news, but on the same frequencies, on these same radios, the songs were broadcasted that you're talking about. So I am collecting bits and pieces because what I want to try to point at is that there are different kinds of spaces produced by and with this song, by and with the processes that these songs are a product of, and they're different. But I want to say that they are all social, and they all mix the imaginative and the material dimension of space in some way. So I believe there is an oral space that is the speciality conjured up by the sonic elements of the recording. So, for example, the styles and volumes of a call and response, or the rhythm of a march that suggests motion of the characters in a song, or gendered voices enacting a sexualized proxemic. Like there are many songs in this repertoire which feature a dialogue between a man and a woman, and the one that we heard is between a white man and a white woman, his wife, many others evoke a dialogue between a white man and a black woman. And then there is this space as narrativized in the song's lyrics. And in the lyrics, we often find the binary motherland, colonies. We find descriptions of the landscapes in the empire. We find descriptions of the types of movements that soldiers or other characters are able to do through these spaces. These are maybe the kind of spaces that I want to listen more closely to, because I think these spaces that are largely virtual are those that enable or are supposed to enable the listener to participate in a colonial space in a way that is emotional, it's kinetic, it's discursive, and these elements intersect and concur in the creation of the listening act as an act that it evokes space and even possible ways to act in this space, and which is of course a racially charged space. It's a sonic color line, but quite articulated. And then there are other spaces, such as the mediatized space of the fascist music industry, the spaces in which these songs have been and are being listened to. There are archival spaces in which these recordings are stored, and the virtual spaces of their circulation. And these are all spaces that have a material dimension, but I'm trying to think with Lefebvre, and so I'm also suggesting that these songs co-produce these spaces. And so one thing we can ask is how so? How do they do that? I hope I'm doing okay on time. I would like to play half another song. Also, I want to say that these songs are extremely unpleasant to hear. Someone mentioned in the Q&A before that some of these songs are horrific. They really are. And during our research project, we tried to take this disturbance and this irritation as a generative force to ask questions. But yes, I also need to and want to acknowledge that they are disturbing, and this one in particular is.
Venisti incontro a noi, gambette nere, dall'ampe, dalle alture desolate, correndo già vi sentivate fiere di essere protette e liberate. Guardandovi gambette deliziose, pensammo dolcemente a tante cose, gambette nere di bambole brune, undi legate con ferro e con fune. Vi ha liberate l'Italia bella ed or ballate la tarantella. Gambette nere di bambole brune, legate con ferro con fune. Vi ha liberate l'Italia bella ed or ballate la tarantella.
I think this is enough. I also just want to say that there are 3 stanzas in this song, and at the end of every stanza there is a different dance. And the first one, we have black women who supposedly are dancing the tarantella, The second one, we have black men who are dancing the tango. And then there is a third stanza that I didn't copy paste here, but it's about Ascaris dancing the Marcia Reale, so a military march. And we listened to this song with Zamwa, who is an Italian and Burundian songwriter, singer, and guitarist based in Paris. And he said, Gabbetere falls into our present like a gigantic rock, and its noise is incredibly loud. And he was very clear in pointing how dance in this case is used as a tool of domination and is used to tame bodies through dance, sexualizing the female body and infantilizing the male body. So this is one aspect in which a space is produced in this song. It's the way that black bodies are said to operate in space. Another element is that it narrates and imagines elements of the Ethiopian landscape. So we are also provided with descriptions of where these bodies move. And finally, this piece was meant to put Italian white bodies in motion through dance. So it was intended to produce a choreography in space, be it dance in a strict sense or even just the acoustic articulation of a social space, like a bar could be, or a living room among friends deciding to listen to these songs for leisure. And I'm gonna conclude with a quote by Medin Paulos, another musician and activist and scholar that we talked to. And she said, in other words, one defines the other as different in order to confine them and to keep them away. But at the same time, while I am defining them, I'm making them interesting enough, so I'm interested in acting in their space. This quote, it's very powerful, I think. It helped me understand how space is articulated in these songs, because it's not just the production of space, it's also the production of ways to operate in that space, and the operation of making the black body interesting because portrayed as funny or as sexualized, really becomes a tool to operate in that space in a colonial way. This is just a recap. So these songs produce, among other things, a topological discourse, a geopoetics of colonialism by verbal and acoustic means. And this production pertained to an acoustic racist regime, which was not separated, but in strict continuity with visual racist regimes. But maybe specific to the oral sonic regime is the privileged relationship that sound and music entertain with bodies and dance. And I will really end and leave you with 3 questions. Can we think of these songs as the somatic inscription of a colonial space into bodies? What relationship do these songs entertain with forms of neo-coloniality today? Are they still operative? And how can they be made intentionally operative as a form of subversion? Can they help us make colonial and neo-colonial operations audible and visible? Thank you.
I'll keep this one. Okay. Grazie mille, Gianpaolo and Emilio. Clifton is gonna go ahead and take over moderation. For our Zoom, can we get a full screen of Emilio? Can you stop sharing?
For sure.
Thank you. Can we get a full screen of Emilio and Gianpaolo, please? Okay, thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Okay, good to go. Okay, thank you both for really, really fascinating presentations. And again, like, you know, we've had conversations about this work before, and it's been really great to kind of become more familiar with it, reading your publications over the last couple of years. So I'm excited to be in conversation now. We have a good amount of time for questions, thankfully. I'll start us off with a couple, and then we'll open it up to the audience here. And of course, you know, you two having been in dialogue a lot over this sort of research, you know, maybe there's also opportunity for you to be in conversation with one another. But to start with, Gianpaolo, yeah, I mean, well, first of all, you know, your website is a really fantastic resource, and the materials that Emilio went over in their presentation are something that I found very useful to kind of think through, to share in classes and things like that. So it's very exciting to hear that you have another catalog that you've recently published. And so I'm just wondering, you know, like with the first catalog, you know, there's a breakdown with, you know, like different kind of like musical or dance style. You also have kind of like theme. And I'm wondering with this new corpus, what sort of things have come to the fore in terms of how you like think about organizing them? I guess what kind of characteristics about the music, either like sonically or thematically or in terms of like the time period that's being covered, if you can just say a bit more about what's coming to the fore there. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Cliff. This is a great question. I wasn't planning to have a taxonomy of the pieces of music per se, like we did for the colonial songs of the 1930s, because in a way I didn't want to. There are two main reasons. On the one hand, I didn't want to overimpose my own interpretation on music from the whole of Africa. I'm not particularly expert on any repertoire or culture of that area, so it would have been kind of too ambitious from my point of view. But also, on the other hand, I am, you know, the collection is so big in a way, and hopefully will get bigger, that I like that they are there and they are visible and people will be able to click. Now, we are thinking with the collective, with Andemta Collective also, once you click, to have not only the song itself and the cover, but also the transcription. We have a few of them already done. Probably, if not the translation, some indication of what the main themes are, and also some sort of classification, what the songs, where the song come from, whether it's a religious song, is a celebratory song, is a war song, and that sort of thing. Like very, in a way, old school ethnomusicological categorization. I think that can be helpful for anybody who can just, scroll the catalog and look at it. One thing that I was thinking is a map. And this might be for the next step, like having a visual representation of the catalog as a map, so that you can go in the Wollo area, you can go in the Tigray, you can go in Somaliland, and you can go in Addis Ababa, Borana, wherever, and you can see what has been recorded that has to do with the region.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you. That all sounds really amazing. And I think what's also super exciting about the project is that, you know, as you mentioned, of course, like, you and us, like, you know, we're only individuals, so it's hard to kind of like have all of the knowledge that it requires to understand such a large corpus. But the fact that it's publicly available, and even like you mentioned towards the end, you know, like that one kid who had like done so much reading about a recording or a musician, and then like was able to listen to it. So of course, like the meaning behind being able to share that music with him, but also knowing that there are people out there who for their own reasons, like have a deep appreciation and knowledge of this music that can then contribute to how it's being framed on the website and whatnot. Yeah, thank you. And then a question for Emilio. Again, super fascinating presentation, and very interesting to hear how you're thinking about kind of like sound and space working together in these colonial settings. I guess, and you know, of course, I was looking forward to where you were going with like the whole like dancing the impero, and then we get to the song that you played towards the end. And I guess I'm wondering if you can speak a bit more to how common of a theme, you know, whether it be with the archive that, you know, you worked on with Gianpaolo or other music, how common of a theme you're noticing dancing being. One thing that came to mind, though it's a different period, is, you know, and I think David might still be, or maybe recently left, but you know, your advisor, David Forgash, who like wrote about Iwatusi, and that song also, you know, it's from the 60s, but it's also talking about kind of like Africans and their ability to like dance and having lots of dances. So I guess I'm just wondering if you can speak a bit more to like where you're seeing this trend, like during like the 30s, but maybe also beyond.
Thank you. It's a great question. The dance aspect is kind of ubiquitous in not so much as a theme, but in the kind of response that these songs elicit. So many of these songs are supposed to be danced. One of them, for example, being Fiore del Tigray by Trio Lescano, which is not explicitly about dance, but it's a dance piece. So when I chose this title, I was mainly thinking about that, but also dance then features comes up as a theme in that song very clearly. It's great that you bring up the Vatussi, because I think that that song does too. I will have to think about other songs explicitly mentioning dance in the repertoire. Thank you for this question.
Yeah, but it totally makes sense how, like, you know, I think it's great that you had an example that, like, mentioned dance, like, in the lyrics, but of course, even beyond that, like, and also going back to, like, the catalog on Gianpaolo's website, like, so many of those different song types are, like, you know, meant to be danced to. So, yeah, I think now we'll open it up for Q&A. If there's any questions, you can just raise your hand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you both for fascinating presentations. And I have a question for Gianpaolo. Gianpaolo, you touched briefly on the occasion of the performance, and the recordings that were organized, and you mentioned Addis Abeba. So I want to ask you if you can tell us more about how much do you know about the selection and the occasion of the performances and where they happened, because in the past I remember there was an idea that was made in Italy, in Milan, but I'm not sure. What did you find about it?
Thank you, Isabella, for the question. The one thing that I didn't understand, you mean that there have been rumors that the recordings of Ethiopian and music from the Horn of Africa were made in Italy?
Yeah, this is what I heard. Yeah, if there was a competition that was going on.
Yeah.
And did you find any information about the actual?
This is one big missing part. Like, we have scanned all the Corriere dell'Impero, which was a daily newspaper at that time, to see whether we find anything about this contest, and we didn't. We checked the as far as we could the other side, like for example the publications from Sylvia Pankhurst of that time, Ethiopia Times, I guess it was called. I don't remember exactly right now, but we checked that through 38, 39. Those are the years that we know they are the main years for many reasons. One of it being this famous letter that I mentioned, sent it right at the beginning of 1940s, and those packages that were sent did have some of the Columbia collection records. But other than that, I haven't found any information about the contest. So we are still digging. To be honest with you, I'm not even sure, because the source that says that it was the result of a contest is an Italian musicologist writing in 1941, right? Guglielmo Barblan. So we don't even know if he knew everything for sure. I on the other side, I'm sure that those records were not made in Italy. Part of it is because of a practical reason. Like I haven't found any copy of those records in Italy outside of institutions, and even in the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale, they found like a box or a couple of boxes with those records just very recently. But we do find many copies in Ethiopia, or in the Horn of Africa one more time, or within the Ethiopian and Eritrean diaspora around the world. Those in this situation, we do find some of those records. So from the practical reason, I would say those records never arrived to Italy. Apart from some specific cases, there are no quotation of these records in the catalogs that were published, by La Voce del Padrone or other record labels. And also, it's very difficult to imagine that those musicians were brought to Italy, except from the specific case of the Mostra Triennale d'Oltremare, that was indeed scheduling some of these performances. We have pictures of performances of musicians from Libya in that space. So probably some of the musicians were supposed to play there, or maybe arrived in Italy to play there. But whether those musicians were recorded, we don't know. And even if they were recorded, this was all happening after 1939, which is the end of this big campaign of recordings in Addis Ababa. So, with this element, I'm sure that those that we do have, that we know about, they were made in Ethiopia.
And do you have any?
But I'm specifically talking about the 1930s, right? Because we know
of course
there are other things.
And did you learn anything about the competition that Barblan mentions in the book for recording, for selecting the songs? Did you find any?
We checked that too. That was the main thing that we were looking for, because we thought, okay, if there is a competition, it was supposed to be advertised on newspapers. It was supposed to be somehow publicly recognized. But so far we haven't found any information. But like I said, there are archives that need to be scanned, meaning that we have to go deeply into it, like the Unity Park archive. So maybe something will come out. At the Unity Park archive, they have the bandi, those little flyers that Italians were distributing mainly through airplanes to the population. And my little hope is that maybe there was a bando for musicians, calling them to participate to the competition. Haven't found any of those things yet.
Both presentations were so good. Thank you so much. It occurs to me, I mean, it's the theme of the day, but just the power of music, both the lyrics and the sounds that came out of the period, the Italian understanding of it with this, you know, with the radio and the propaganda machine, but also with imprisoning the musicians and putting them away, just understanding the, you know, in today's language, it would be that they were the influencers of the day with their artwork is really interesting. I work in a museum setting, and we think about this question of provenance and restitution quite a bit. So I'm very interested in the fact that these digital is easier to transport and to share. But we talk a lot about community engagement, community consultation when collections are shared, or this idea of shared stewardship about collections. So I'm interested to learn more about what types of groups of people have you talked to or engaged around this digital collection, demographically and even geographically in Ethiopia. Where did you all go? The contemporary stuff is really interesting also, the artists, the musicians engaging with this and being in dialogue with it. But I'm interested in really learning about the context in which this is going to be in Ethiopia, the exhibition and maybe the sharing of the archives, and also, you know, what are the difficult moments of doing that work for you all?
Should I go, Emilio? Thank you. This question goes deep into the what is it, the heart of this project, but at the same time also something that is has been difficult to do. So I have to mention, I've been working a lot within these 2 or 3 years with Aster Mulu, who is she's an anthropologist. She just came out with a book in Amharic about performative arts, and she works in Bahar Dar. And we thought the whole exhibition through to bring it to Bahar Dar, but right now it's just impossible, or has been impossible in the last 3 years, at least, to say the least. So, meaning, I mean, she's perfectly able to do it by herself, but to move the material that we do already have to Bahar Dar is impossible. So we had to face that kind of problematic aspect in this as we were building the exhibition. Now, what we could do is to get in touch with young musicians and young scholars, specifically historians, young historians who are doing PhD, and with them we built together the seminars that I mentioned, where we had the fortune to meet some of the musicians, the young musicians that I mentioned, and we have been in touch with the Yard School of Music to sort of like also connect with their communities. Probably we after we thought about the first presentation at the National Archive, basically because that's the place where the archive will be held. But we haven't thought with the Andemta Collective about trying to move into specific communities. So I will thanks a lot for pointing it out, because this is something that we should try to design within the next months.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. The moment of restitution that felt like a moment of restitution and a collective moment for me was in Rome, because there were a few people who were either Ethiopians or Black Italians with of Ethiopian descendants, and so it was a moment where I did feel the discomfort of listening to these songs together, and we also experienced that that it was doing something that was being somewhat it was being generative, and different people came to the forefront and shared their experiences of racism, their experiences of having married a black woman or a black man, and living in Italy and in Europe with the systemic racism that implies. I have not been able to find out how an Ethiopian public community would react to these songs, and I have not been to Ethiopia, so that's also a limit that I have. I don't speak the language, so. But I remember we were talking with Alessandro Triulzi, and he, for instance, said at a certain point, he said that these songs are very hard to propose to people who come from those countries, and in Italy, for instance, there are songs that are very hard to propose to migrants from the Horn of Africa. But then he also said, and yet they need to be sung. These memories need to be activated for to do the work that we need to do. So I don't know if that's an answer. But it's what comes to my mind.
We have time, I think, for at least one more question. One more question. Yeah, please.
And I have a question for Emilio. Thank you so much for your presentation. I found very fascinating your perspective of space. And I want to ask you if my understanding is correct. So you are offering a three-dimensional perspective of what was before described more as imaginary. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. As in a sonic imaginary.
Exactly. So in the past, we used to talk about l'immaginario sonoro, l'immaginario coloniale, that we were perceiving through texts, also the texts of songs, right? But what you are offering is something broader, like because you talk about the movements of the body, the dances. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes. It's what I'm trying to think about. I don't have the ambition to think that it's new, but it was new for me to think about these recordings through that lens, because as you are saying, we also thought about them more as in terms of imaginary, and the double sense of, right, the images, the literal images that accompanied these songs, and the figurative aspect of imagination. So the way that they produce racial imagery. But I hadn't thought about them in terms of space and spatial production, and maybe it's this. I also use this term geopoetics, which it's a little. I don't know if that's actually the term that I want to use, but it captures this aspect of the way in which material and imaginary strategies of colonization intertwined, to ask how sound did that, to ask the way in which sound produced space. It's fascinating to me. I guess we can still talk about sonic imaginaries, thinking of this question. I think the question of the production of space, to me, centers the question on the aspect of how our actual spaces changed by this cultural production. How are they produced? The idea that that the colonial space is not something that pre-exists the cultural production of that space is something that is generative for me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll wrap there. Thank you both, Gianpaolo and Emilio, for really fantastic presentations.
Thank you very much, Cliff. Thank you all.
Thank you. And so, Isabella, how long of a break are we going to take?
Thanks, everybody. Thank you both. And we're going to come back at 3:30. You can go and see if there's coffee left in the lobby or whatever works. Hang out in the courtyard, and we'll be back at 3:30 for our last panel. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gianpaolo and Emilio. Ciao.
Thank you. Ciao.
Which is called Music, Propaganda, and Imperial Narratives. And so I'm going to introduce our three speakers right before each of them presents. So we're going to start, we have Isabella Abbonizio, Luca Lévi-Sala, and Franco Sciannameo. I'm going to start with introducing Isabella Abbonizio, who is going to be our first speaker and our excellent co-organizer. Thank you so much, Isabella, for everything that you've done. Isabella Abbonizio is a musician and musicologist specializing in 20th century Italian music and its political and cultural contexts. A research affiliate at New York University's Department of Italian Studies, her work examines the intersections of music, identity, and cultural encounters. She is the author of several international publications and of the monograph Music and Colonialism in Fascist Italy, Identity, Propaganda, and Ethnographic Representation, forthcoming with Brepols in May 2026. And thank you and welcome, Isabella.
Thank you. Before starting, I want to extend my gratitude to Isabella Livorni and Nicola Cipani for co-organizing this event with me and for enthusiastically accept my initial idea for a study day about music and colonialism. My presentation today, the title of my presentation today is African Legends and Fascist Myth, Colonial Narratives on the Musical Stage. During the fascist regime's most intense phase of imperial propaganda in the mid-30s, cultural production played a central role in mobilizing political consensus for colonial expansion. While the involvement of literature, visual arts, and cinema has been extensively examined, the role of music, especially art music, in promoting colonial discourse has received far less attention. Yet, as scholars have observed, although the impact of art music in the 20th century was limited in comparison with visual media, the press, cinema, literature, and the plastic arts, his cultural prestige was nonetheless crucial in legitimizing the political stance of the fascist regime. In this presentation, I examine two theatrical works composed in the years surrounding the proclamation of empire by two leading figures of Italian music scene in the interwar period. Adriano Lualdi's Lumavig e la Saetta, and Alfredo Casella's Il deserto tentato, both presented in prestigious national institutions, the Teatro dell'Opera di Roma and the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, the latter renowned as Il fiore all'occhiello of the fascist state. These compositions illustrate two complementary strategies of colonial representation. Lualdi's ballet constructs an exoticized and caricatured Africa through ethnographic appropriation and primitivist imagery, while Casella's opera articulates the fascist myth of the civilizing mission, presenting colonial intervention as a transformative and redeeming force. Before turning my attention to the two case studies, it is important to situate them within a broader musical context. The years between 1934 and the early 1940s witnessed a significant number of compositions inspired by colonial expansion and imperial ideology, whether commissioned by the state, written for official competitions, or produced through the composer's spontaneous initiative. These works illustrate how art music participated in the broader cultural mobilization surrounding fascist imperial ambitions. In this context, I adopt Esteban Buch's concept of state music, understood as works in which the state played a decisive role in commission, production, and dissemination. Within this wider repertoire, the works by Lualdi and Casella stands out as particularly significant theatrical examples shaped by institutional patronage, political expectations, and imperial propaganda, beside artistic concerts too. Musical theater proved particularly effective for articulating imperial narratives. Through the synthesis of music, text, and visual spectacle, stage works dramatized encounters between Italians and Africans, modernity and primitivism, civilization and barbarism, immobility and technological transformation. In both cases, the composer attempted to reconcile the regime's invitation to represent reality, transfigured through artistic invention with a parallel need to innovate musical theater. Casella pursued this objective through an effort to move beyond 19th century melodrama and verismo, notably to the elimination of characters embodying individual sentimental expression. By contrast, Lualdi explored innovation through the use of choral writing within the genre of the ballet. Together, these works illustrate how colonial narratives were staged, negotiated, and disseminated through music, revealing the active role of performance in shaping the fascist regime imperial imaginary. The first case study focuses on Lumavig e la Saetta, ballet by Adriano Lualdi, a prominent composer, conductor, critic, and fascist politician active from the 1920s to the post-war period. The libretto, written by his son Maner, a daring aviator involved in the Ethiopian War, journalist and theatrical impresario, frames the work as an African legend. The title character, Lumavig, is portrayed as grotesque, childish, and tyrannical, a fantastical deity who arbitrarily punishes members of the indigenous tribe. The narrative relies heavily on caricature and satire. Lumavig loses his divine powers after being seduced by a woman's dance, enabling the rescue of the protagonist, a tribesman named Venka, by his spouse Abima. The tyrant is further rendered absurd through theatrical devices, such as a thrown cloud, a celestial ladder, and a solar light switch, elements that dramatize the contrast between primitive and modern worlds. The work might thus be interpreted as a transfiguration of contemporary political reality, an allegorical representation for Italy's shift from diplomatic alliance to open aggression against Ethiopia, and a symbolic exorcism of the trauma of the national military defeat. This imagined African setting constructs a theatrical Africa shaped by exoticism and colonial ideology. The ballet had also a contentious origin shaped by censorship. Initially approved in 1935 under the title La Saetta Negra, Rapsodia Coloniale, the work was later blocked following a new review by the fascist censor Leopoldo Zurlo. While Lualdi was preparing this revived version, the political context changed dramatically. With the Ethiopian campaign and the imposition of international sanctions, the regime tightened racial censorship policies, banning theatrical works featuring relationship between white and black characters, and eventually any representation of characters of color. As a result, La Saetta Negra was banned, and its premiere at the Teatro dell'Opera in Rome was cancelled. Only after removing explicit references to African culture was the ballet approved, finally premiering in January 1937 under the new title Lumavic e la Saetta, Leggenda in un atto e due quadri. In the meantime, despite censorship obstacles, Lualdi, determined to honor Mussolini's imperial ambitions, adapted his colonial theatrical work into a symphonic version titled Africa, Rapsodia Coloniale, that was widely performed and broadcasted on radio, both nationally and internationally. By omitting textual and visual components, he was able to circumvent censorship constraints while preserving the ideological thrust of the work in purely musical form. Indeed, the musical dimension reinforces the racialized representation. The composer incorporated ethnographic materials drawn from the limited sources available at the time, notably transcriptions by Julien Triessot and François-Marie Casimir Mondovidaye, mostly based on 19th century ethnographic transcription enriched with original observation drafted in Paris during the Universal Expositions. These contributions appeared in the Encyclopédie de la Musique, a Dictionnaire du Conservatoire, edited by Lavignac and de la Rency, an ambitious editorial project representing a foundational reference text and a major conduit for the diffusion and knowledge concerning extra-European musical culture, at least until the 1950s. A descending pentatonic motif derived from a son once known as Bushman's or Boshimani polyphonic dance accompanies the tribe's appearance in the work and recurs throughout the ballet, unifying the two scenes and at times appearing in counterpoint with other ethnographic themes. So we can see the motif from the Encyclopédie de la Musique and from Lualdi's work. These themes are harmonized within tonal neoclassical framework, reinforcing the perception of cultural distance between European modernity and African primitivism. Lualdi also incorporates the words transcribed in the original source, as you can see in this slide, alongside invented syllabs and onomatopoeic vocalization sung by the choir. Throughout this process, ethnographic materials are transformed into theatrical signifier of alterity. Now I'm going to play a short example of the Symphony Africa that was performed recently in 2023 at the 56th Festival delle Nazioni in Città di Castello. The example is very fragmented, but at least we can hear the motif that I showed you before. This is the other motive, and then now they overlap. Lualdi Ballets was later revived at Teatro alla Scala in the post-war period in 1956 in an extended version, suggesting the persistence of colonial repertoire in post-war Italian musical culture. The persistence further underscores also how colonial imaginaries continue to resonate in Italian musical life beyond the end of the empire. A different yet complementary approach, emerged in Alfredo Casella's Il deserto tentato, composed in 1936-37 and premiered in 1937 for the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino. Unlike Lualdi's caricatured Africa, Casella constructs a symbolic and mythic narrative centered on the fascist civilizing mission. Set on a libretto by Corrado Pavolini and based on a wartime narrative by his brother Alessandro, a leading figure in the fascist party, president of the Confederation of Professionals and Artists. The work was commissioned by Mario Labroca for the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino. Oh, I'm sorry about this. a one-act opera. It was premiered on the eve of the first anniversary of the Empire's proclamation on 8 May 1937, and the score was dedicated to Benito Mussolini. Unlike Lualdi's ballet, which relies on a satire and exotic fantasy, Il Deserto Tentato frames the colonial encounter within a symbolic and spiritual narrative that presents Italian intervention as a developing and liberating force. Set in a desert landscape, the work establishes a dramatic opposition between barren immobility and regenerative intervention. The desert becomes a metaphor for stagnation, while Italian intervention appears as a force of renewal. The narrative poetically sublimates what it presents as a visceral cry for help from the indigenous population, depicted as immobilized in the increato, the uncreated, awaiting redemption through Italian intervention. The protagonists are aviators whose arrival following an airplane crash is framed as a providential event. Their action transforms the landscape, introducing technological modernity and historical awakening. Colonial intervention is thus represented not as domination, but as redemption. Described as mistero in un atto, the work draws on medieval misteri or sacred rappresentazioni while proposing a modern renewal of musical theater. The libretto functions more as a secular oratorio than a traditional opera. Individual characters are largely absent, replaced by allegorical figures such as Terra, Euphorbia, Ambe, and Aviator. This approach reflects Casella's broader attempt to renew the musical theater by moving away from 19th century melodrama and verismo, as I mentioned before, based on psychological characterization and individual expression. This emphasis on collective identity reflects fascist cultural aesthetics, privileging myth, spirituality, and communal experiences. Here we see the first page of the score, the prelude, and the last page of the score. The musical structure reinforces this trajectory. The work moves from harmonically ambiguous textures in the prelude to a final choral resolution in C major, accompanying the collective affirmation of Divina, referring to the Vittoria, the victory, symbolizing the triumph of a divinely sanctioned civilizing mission. Musically, Il Deserto Tentato reflects Casella's turn in the interwar period toward a simplified style and a redefined classicism articulated through a modern yet nationalistic lens, seeking a fusion between tradition and modernity. Despite its ideological coherence, critics noted the work's static dramaturgy and limited dramatic immediacy. Its emphasis on allegory and abstraction, while aligned with fascist aesthetics, reduced its theatrical immediacy and limited its broader appeal. Nevertheless, Il Deserto Tentato remains a significant example of how musical theater articulated fascist imperial mythology. In the next slide, we have the description of the scene, the first scene, and I want also to play the prelude. I was able to ask to a pianist, his name is Abu, that I would like to thank, to play the reduction for piano and voice, and the prelude is just played by the piano. In conclusion, Lualdi and Casella's work illustrate two complementary strategies of colonial representation. Despite their different aesthetic approaches, both works contributed to shaping a cultural imaginary in which colonial expansion appeared justified and desirable. In this sense, musical theater functioned as a site where imperial ideology was staged, negotiated, and experienced. More broadly, these works exemplify what Walter Benjamin described as the aesthetization of politics, the transformation of ideology into sensory and emotional experience through artistic forms, an outcome pursued through cultural policy, institutions, and the strategic management of public performance and reception. Yet, the attempt to create a coherent imperial musical repertoire ultimately proved fragile. Casella's opera failed to achieve the expected dramatic impact, while Lualdi's ballet was reshaped by censorship and shifting racial policy. These cases therefore reveal a gap between ideological aspiration, institutional control, and aesthetic reception. Their later marginalization reflects the broader post-war removal of Italy's colonial past, yet their recent revival, as in the case of Africa, demonstrates that colonial imaginaries did not disappear but continue to resurface within Italian musical culture. Reconsidering these works allows us to reflect more broadly on the active role of music in shaping colonial discourse and historical memory. These works remind us that music did not merely accompany empire, it helped imagine, legitimize, and remember it. Thank you.
So much, Isabella. I'm gonna put a water bottle right up here for you, Luca, just in case. Thank you so much, Isabella, for that rich intervento, that rich contribution. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Luca Lévi-Sala. Luca Lévi-Sala is currently serving as adjunct assistant professor at Columbia University. In 2025, he assumed the role of associate adjunct professor at Manhattan University, and from 2021 to 2025, he was a visiting scholar at New York University. Professeur associé at the Université de Montréal from 2017 to 2020, he was a visiting research fellow at Yale University from 2015 to 2016. He has authored a diverse range of publications, including articles, chapters, reviews, and reports in esteemed international journals and books. And his forthcoming book, titled Music Criticism and Ideology in the Italian Fascist State, 1930 to 1940, Language, Identity, and Racism, has been contracted for publication by Palgrave Macmillan in 2026. And he's currently writing the article Music in Fascist Italy for Oxford Bibliographies Online. Thank you. Welcome, Luca. Would you like this microphone?
Yes, thank you. How can I? There's this.
Yes.
This is still actually the previous slide here. I can adjust it.
Right here. We'll grab yours, right?
I just this one.
Fai così. Ed ecco il tuo.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Just give him a minute. He'll turn the.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for coming over and for attending my talk. Thank you very much, Isabella, and Nicola for having invited me here and having me here, and just for this very fascinating conference. My talk is about the role of what actually I call fascist music criticism. So, and I'm going to briefly expose just a few concepts because of the time. So basically, propaganda and racism in fascist music criticism. This is the outline I aim actually to follow. So just a few premises that many of you already know. So seizure of power and seizure of culture, and then the core of my talk being actually fascist music criticism as exploited tool of political propaganda, and just I limited my intervention at the late 20s, as you can see here, and the turn of the decade. These are the three major topics that I would like to deal with today. So the difference between a standard and fascist narrative, and the different topics addressed, and what I deem important: self-fascistization and racism. As I outlined, many of you already know about the seizure of power, so with the March on Rome and the reform of Accademia della Crusca, reform of the gentile reform of the education, the famous leggi fascistissime and the corporation system. At the beginning of the seizure of power by Mussolini on 28th October 1922, strictly intermingled with the nationalistic core, the religious and the eugenics, and the pre-fascist political violent rationality, the philosopher Giovanni Gentile's cultural influence and his conservative Reformation policies all extensively affected the way the recently established new national fascist party would gain power and impose a disruptive cleansing of the old political and cultural institutions. After the March on Rome, the National Fascist Party, charged with forming the new government, did not wait to start reforming the whole of the cultural and educational structure, together with the political apparatus. In response to the nationalist thrust that was by now a decisive and structural part of parliamentarian fascism, the organization of the decisive and the educational structure and of the Italian cultural institutions was now part of a single, though still fragmented and confused, program of social policy that would be consolidated in a very preliminary, though yet powerful, form of authoritarianism through the establishment of the forthcoming leggi fascistissime in 25 and 26. Just a brief glimpse about the seizure of culture. You can see here the National Theatre Corporation in 1922, the National Fascist Union of Musicians, and 2 years after, the laws about the press, Accademia d'Italia, and so on. Among the laws enacted after the installment of the leggi fascistissime, the law related to the periodical press on 31st December 1925 played a crucial role. In his speech to journalists on 10 October 1928, Mussolini himself underlined the importance of the law in uncuffing the press by emphatically outlining how, quote, in the past 2 years, the problem of the fascist press has been tackled and resolved almost completely. And still, quote, in a totalitarian regime, the press is an element of this regime, a force at the service of this regime. In a unitary regime, the press cannot be extraneous to this. The national, regional, and provincial press serves the regime by illustrating its daily work, creating and maintaining a consensual environment around this work. This is the first topic of the core of my talk, basically standard and fascist narrative, and which is the difference. So between the late 1920s and the early 1930s, the regime did not explicitly address and ratify formal directives regarding musical aesthetics, such as were especially envisioned for the visual arts, literature, and both cinema and the radio, and barely intervened in repressing musical polemics and debates hosted in specialized journals and magazines. The apparent lack of explicit directives in the definition and incursion of politicized art left the door open for various elements of music criticism to forge their own open interdisciplinary interpretations and debates, and to endorse political narrative. This point is crucial in order to understand the process of self-fascistization that we're going to see in a few. As Harvey Sachs highlighted in his famous book from 1987, as early, quote, 1924 Italian music journals began to make pompous announcements of fascist cures for musical ailments. End of quote. A long-standard musical discourse in which both the language employed and the arguments presented skewed rhetorical flourish and refrained from touching upon topics extraneous to the subject at hand, a significant segment of music criticism, which I characterize as either fascist-tainted or outright fascist, served to underscore the propagandistic nature of periodicals, whether specialized or generalist. Leaving aside Il Musicista, the official propaganda organ of the National Fascist Union of Musicians, established in 1937, after Il Bollettino dei Musicisti in 1934, high-caliber specialized journals did not shy away from publishing material addressing themes that were sensitive to and cherished by the regime's propaganda apparatus. What I call a grayish line that is often difficult to determine or categorize between standard and fascist propaganda criticism. The role of critics was pivotal in highlighting government policies. Indeed, numerous journals adopted a politicized or overtly ideological narrative, if not explicitly supremacist and racist, thereby fueling from within the establishment of an autocratic and elitist system of power. Intellectuals adapted to nationalistic positions by adjusting the focus of their text, not only because of political and corporate opportunism, but also because of a sort of loyalty that adhering to the coercion that politics required. The narrative of music criticism, amidst politicized debates and narratives, suited the type of journal that contributed to its fascistization, touching topics dear to developing regime, such as nationalism, Italianism, eugenics, racism. Frequently, the dichotomy of behavior exhibited by certain critics was reinforced by an environment that had become fascistized through its linguistic rhetoric and ideological semantics. This part is important. I didn't provide here the part about the language because we had no time. But indeed, I want to actually just to quote and provide one of the secondary sources about how we explore a linguistic deformation during mainly starting from the mid-20s. Here we have the historian Giorgio Israel in Il fascismo e la razza, and we have a predating the awareness of the word razza. Recent studies already predated, so the idea of anti-Semitism in fascist Italy even before even before the seizure of power. But in this case, we have the predating of the awareness of the word razza. In terms of biological racism, as the historian Giorgio Israel emphasizes, it was already around 1927 and 28 that fascism, quote, managed to hinge its totalitarian and revolutionary political conception of the theme of racial nationalism. And even more profoundly, the historian states that, quote, the demographic question and eugenics is therefore not an accessory or marginal aspect of Mussolini's conception and policy. On the contrary, it is a central aspect. It almost immediately takes the form of a racial policy and not a set of mild measures aimed at the generic demographic and medical anthropological improvement of Italians. Moreover, Israel duly argues that scientific substratum in its various forms, from anthropology to demography to eugenics, had, quote, effectively plowed the ground so as to make it entirely natural, acceptable, innocent, and as scientific to speak of race, of racial improvement of the struggle to preserve its distinctive characteristics, end of quote. I wanted to provide a few examples from music criticism, more or less from 1924 and 1932. About topics, nationalism, Italianness, we have from Musica d'Oggi, already in October 1924, in an article translated from the League of Composers Review, the composer Alfredo Casella did not hesitate to express the exceptional value of Schoenberg's work and the need of it for its dissemination, but he harshly criticized Schoenberg's music, drawing connotation of spiritual eugenics, remarking that, quote, at the basis of all the manifestation of our genius lies a strong dose of logic and common sense, nothing abnormal. Therefore, if the musical instinct of the race prevented us from enthusiastically pursuing a promising path, it is true, but which was later to prove hopeless. And again, even more serious reason that determined the impossibility of Schoenberg's music taking root on national soil, namely, quote again, the lack of luminosity and therefore of joy, quote, end of quote, since the, quote, Northern folks are not for us, Mediterranean men and anti-impressionists par excellence. And then even more stressing how Schoenbergian expression in Schoenberg's music actually is close to mental alienism and hyperacute neurasthenia, which would be starting to be a mantra during the 30s and the 40s. In an article drafted for the Musikblätter de Hamburg in 1925 and in Italia Letteraria and then published in 21 plus 26 in 1930, Alfredo Casella stressed how, quote, politics and art are barely to be independent to another. Casella praises how the Italian new style has, quote, coincided precisely with the ultimate liberation of Italian soil from the war and with the exaltation of the national spirit. In bold, you can see the quotations. It keeps going bombastically, pointing out as the Italian reaction to the tonality is aimed at reestablishing a solid balance within the spiritual European chaos. Casella's defense and legitimation of some of the new internationalist musical movements represented by Schoenberg, Debussy, and Stravinsky is vague and often contradictory, seen as necessary to the race of the new Italian music, quote, worthy of the historical spirit of the race, again, which instead of these problems which have already been overcome, is concerned with discovering more distant horizons. Since Italian music will come back one day to brighten the world with his magnificent smile in which our sun shines and the Latin Sea is reflected. As I was telling you before, I'm not entering in the topic of the language, but clearly one of the major things making and deeming actually this kind of criticism and fascist is how the lexicography is shown. Another example, in January 1926, in Rivista Nazionale di Musica, Alberto Ghislanzoni, who collaborated with the journal La Stirpe, Lineage, traced the ideological matrices that support, in his opinion, the crisis of Italian operetta. Our people have lost their varied and profound individuality, following the philosophical, musical, mechanical forms of the Germans, many social and mental habits of the French bourgeoisie, the commercial and banking system of the English. Today, thank goodness, after the heroic and victorious effort of the war, we are awakening. We are rediscovering ourselves. We are acquiring the awakened and recognized consciousness of what we are, of what we should inevitably be tomorrow. In short, we are in a happy and strong period of recovery that sooner or later will make the flowers blossom for the theater to will make the marvelous fruits ripen. You can see actually it's not so different from Casella's statement. Still, on Musica d'Oggi, Mario Signorelli will quote this way, just as the Romans erased every rival power, so the Etruscan unified Italian art. Of the peoples who followed one another on our peninsula, none ignored music. The national melodic theories are known. The memory still remains in the ancient songs that Italian people hum in the fields, following an immortal, nostalgic tradition. And you can see how Mario Signorelli is weaponizing history. And the ethnocentric nature of the futurist Francesco Balilla Paratella's narrative is clear when he deals with colonial music. evoking how, quote, music for primitive, savage, and semi-barbarian peoples assumes a single elementary religious magical value, remaining static, unlike civilized and continuously evolving peoples. In the second installment of his article, published the following month, Pratella does not hesitate to characterize our modern and Neo-Latin ear again, and in reference to Eritrean music, to label the musicians or dancer as indigenous and savage. Still, in these, actually, we are a few years later, but it's really important to deem actually what actually is going to be drafted after the colonization of Ethiopia. In 1936, Musica d'Oggi opened with a decidedly political and politicized proclamation in defense of the colonization of Ethiopia. And here, and before starting talking about the composer Respighi, there is on the first page, we have, after only 7 months of war, the complete victory of our arms was solemnly consecrated by the entry of our troops into Addis Ababa. On May 5th, in the memorable gathering of the 9th, the Duce proclaimed the creation of the new empire of Ethiopia. Thus, the barbaric and chaotic state of the fugitives negesti has collapsed, and a triumphant Italy will establish within that immense territory a regime of civilization, justice, and order. We have, just a quote by Anton Giulio Bragaglia. Camilla Poesio dealt with this topic about the jazz in her book. But it is important in this book from 1929, we can see how Anton Giulio Bragaglia stresses the point of in a chapter which is called Negreria and Negroisms. In the orchestra as on stage, black do not add much that is new, and in the music hall, in the cafe concert, in the theater of attraction or variety, in the circuses and in performances of all sorts, black music must be, I don't want to use that word. Black music must be rejected, at least in the name of common sense. The usual black follies plague our theaters. They humiliate us without seeming to do so in the historic pelocted atmosphere that they create with the prevailing savage waves. And we have another example from Bragaglia.
Luca, I'm just going to let you know you have about 3 minutes.
Okay, yes, I'm going to. So let me see here. Still, I would like to point out about Francesco Balilla Pratella, not about Italians. Here in this article, he deals about Italians, but also racism here, and basically Pratella eventually, at the end of his article, actually did not eventually hide to rail against the tyranny of the Semitic musicalness of an international nature. I'm going to swap to the third point, which is just an example, and about what actually deems self-fascistization and racism. In a chapter from his book Musicisti e Tempi Nuovi in 1932, devoted to the new musical movement and the newly popular composers, the renowned music critic Guido Pannine describes Schember as fervently as an aberrant, violent, a braggart, a romantic offshoot. He would be a hero if not a comic, if his style did not reveal the putrefaction of the romantic decomposition. He will go again, a cloak shrouding his aesthetic hypocrisy, and then obscurity of a tumultuous and deformed conscience, imperfection of the spirit, and monster, and so on. But this chapter, published in 1932, had actually been published 4 years earlier in the issue of November 1928 in La Rassegna Musicale, directed by Guido Maruggerino Gatti, basically revising I would say actually this article published in this journal will be revised in a much more racist way in his book. So, and then I'm concluding here. In conclusion, these brief extracts show how fascist music criticism went through a progressive process of self-regulation of musical narratives, which strengthened in sync with the development of an autocratic political system and an increasingly stringent connection between the union and the musical cultural institutions. I contend that the rhetoric employed by the musical arena to support propaganda for quote, fascist cures for musical ailments, as Sachs aptly observes, was sustained by both implicit and explicit intervention of the union and political interference, such as the regulation of the press, as well as the process of self-fascistization of the cultural discourse surrounding the musical scene. Furthermore, the process of self-fascistization contributed to strengthening the connections with cultural policies. Within major and minor musical institutions, the placement of musicians, composers, and critics in positions of power significantly influenced and distorted the musical narrative in specialized journals and general newspapers. Beyond the overt political opportunism and the political pressure, I argue that the process of linguistic fascistization of the musical narrative developed autonomously, despite a more or less fascistized musical environment. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Luca. And for our last speaker for the day, Franco Sciannameo, born in Maglie in Lecce, a violinist, musicologist, and cultural historian who graduated from Rome's Conservatorio di Musica Santa Cecilia. He pursued further studies at the Accademia Chigiana in Siena, the University of Hartford, and the University of Pittsburgh. He writes and lectures extensively on Italian contemporary music and its relation to politics, cinema, and the arts. His latest books include are on Ennio Morricone, Giacinto Scelsi, Phil Traietta, Luigi Dalla Piccola, and then another forthcoming on Ennio Morricone. Thank you, Professor Sciannameo.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be the last in a conference like that, because everything is pretty much being said. So what there is to add to it? Oh, I thought I had a very projecting voice. Oh, okay. So I did bring some props with me just for show off and a stack of papers, and I will find something that is short and appropriate for the occurrence. We don't have anything?
You didn't send, there's just the video that you sent.
Ah. All right. Well, the title of my intervention, it's perhaps quite appropriate in its negativity. It is Beyond Italian Colonialism, Il Debrando Pizzetti and the Imperial Hymn That Never Was. So you might ask, what's the point? Okay, well, there is a story behind this negativity, and I will do it. First of all, good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for letting me join you. All right, I will be talking about a 1937 film, Scipione l'Africano, composer Il Debrando Pizzetti and his relationship with Benito Mussolini at the time of the proclamation of the empire. The film, the making of this colossal, took about 232 days, 58 actors, 48 technical and administrative personnel, 44,000 extras, 26,000 crew members, 174,000 military personnel, 3,000 horses, 50 elephants, and 13 million liras, the equivalent of $4 million. An unheard of amount of money to be lavished on a film. So much so that the Italian renamed the film Scipione l'Africano. Now, for comparison's sake, think that this film costed as much as Gone with the Wind, filmed in Hollywood in 1939. At any rate, Luigi Freddi, General Director of the Cinematography section of the Ministry of Popular Culture, justified the making of the film in the following terms: reasons of political and ethical nature in conjunction with industrial and technical motives are at the base of the film's realization, rather than prestige, as some critics have alluded to. The fact the Scipione had been conceived at the beginning of the Ethiopian War and not at the consecration of the Italian Empire is not without significance. Scipione l'Africano was not, nor could have been, one of the many films whose exclusive goal was commercial or financial success. Notwithstanding the film's extremely high spectacular tone, appealing to large strata of spectators from all classes and countries, Scipione l'Africano was created above all as a product imbued in its own spiritual value. Through this film, it was our intention to give Italian cinema a work which fully reflected the vividness of our time. A work which could translate into images the essential spirit of identity that unifies the great Rome of antiquity and the great Rome of the Ethiopian conquest. A film that shows the advent of Rome in the Mediterranean, the epoch when Rome began. The epoch when Rome begins to affirm her empire over the world, starting with the wars in Africa, past and present. The film was designated to clearly mark the Italian spirit, a sense of great racial heritage, a sense which art could translate in forms and images perfectly comprehensible, not only to our people, but to the entire world. Therefore, the political motive of Scipione l'Africano is not one of mere propaganda, but the expression of the transcendental sense of our historical continuity, which, through the legionary in black shirt, recalls the vibrant echo of the victorious legionary of Zama. End of the quote. For Luigi Freddi, the demarcation line separating fiction from reality was rather blurred, especially in the years 1936-37, a prophetic time for Italian cinema, when the rebirth of the Italian spirit or race, as Freddi put it, was being implemented. Therefore, the Roman defeat at Cannae in 2016 BC was equated to the 1896 Italian defeat at Adua, and the Roman triumph at Zama in 2001 BC was revived in Badoglio's 1936 entrance in Addis Ababa. Let us remember that Mussolini's opening words of his Empire Proclamation speech of May 9, 1936 were "Italiani, abbiamo pazientato 40 anni." Italians, we have patiently waited for 40 years, referring to Menelik's massacre of some 6,000 Italian soldiers 40 years prior. The forcefulness of Mussolini's speech raised the Italian people's consensus to fascism to its highest degree, while Scipione l'Africano became, upon its public release in September 1937, a monumental metaphor of Mussolini's African campaign and fascist ideology artfully packaged for mass consumption. The Italian people were in fact able to read this film in terms of 1. Grand opera, 2. Romantic vision of history, and 3. Familial plots, representing the values dear to Mussolini ideology. Ultimately, The potential for diverse interpretations made Scipione l'Africano the most comprehensive set of tools for the Mussolinian imperial project, the highest celebratory celebration in epic cinematic forms of the founding of the empire, without falling into the trappings of a typical colonial film, but through a film that transcended European traditional colonialism. By the way, Scipione l'Africano was never screened in the Italian African colonies. To the best of the internet, it did not happen. And why is that? Well, there will be a reason. Let's talk about Cinecittà. On May the 5th, 1937, Italian cinema viewers were dazzled by a larger-than-life image of Benito Mussolini dashing across the screen amidst the newly built structures of Rome's Cinecittà. In the span of 1 minute and 27 seconds, the Istituto Luce showed a clip entitled Mussolini inaugura Cinecittà. It showed Il Duce giving birth on April 28 to his latest creation, Rome's City of Cinema, built along Hollywood lines. However, let us keep in mind that the Centro Sperimentale di Cinematografia, the oldest film school in Western Europe, created by Luigi Freddi and Vittorio Mussolini, was inaugurated in 1935. Therefore, with the conquest of Ethiopia, Mussolini's dream of Romanità, viewed as a conflation of ancient and present-day Rome, exploded in a collective euphoria that even the severe sanctions imposed upon Italy by the League of Nations were not able to shake it off, at least not immediately. In fact, the sanctions helped to impose autarky, a form of self-sufficient government that, if anything, served the regime by reinforcing in the people patriotic and nationalist sentiments appreciated even by some leaning on the left of political spectrum. Now let's go back to Cinecittà's ribbon-cutting ceremony. The imposing affair, illuminated by the presence of Louis Lumière, among other dignitaries, lasted for an entire afternoon, as civic and political speeches followed religious benedictions in praise of the regime's progressive initiatives, the divine providence, and finally the work of architects Belgioioso, Peresutti, and Rogers, executors of the Cinecittà project. To top the event's elaborate choreography, there was also the orchestra and chorus of the Rome Royal Opera House, ready in Studio 8 to play for Mussolini and his guests the music that included Ildebrando Pizzetti's Inno a Roma, conducted by the composer. A most appropriate selection, since the piece had been extracted from the soundtrack of Scipione l'Africano. Therefore, Pizzetti's music assumed the function of a meta-soundtrack for a paradoxical imaginary reality show. Can we have the clip of Mussolini at Cinecittà?
Il Duce presenzia nel teatro numero 8 della Cinecittà all'incisione di un coro di Ildebrando Pizzetti per la sincronizzazione del film Scipione l'Africano ispirato alla grandezza di Roma.
You do, yeah? Okay, we can take it off. Thank you. And we're going to be ready for next. As for the film, let's watch an eloquent clip showing Mussolini visiting the set of Scipione in Sabaudia, ready to shoot the scene of the Battle of Zama in December 1936. Can we have it? Yes. And we will comment later on this.
Preparativi per la grande battaglia di Zama sulla piana di Sabaudia. Il ministro per la stampa e propaganda, Sua Eccellenza Alfieri, visita l'accampamento dove si aggirano guerrieri romani e cartaginesi che si preparano ad affrontarsi in una delle più memorabili battaglie della storia e della cinematografia. Guidati da Sua Eccellenza Alfieri, anche i rappresentanti della stampa estera, dopo aver assistito alla celebrazione del quinto annuale della provincia di Vittoria, hanno visitato, curiosi ed ammirati, quello che ormai per antonomasia è chiamato il campo di Zama. Questo fervido cantiere della più importante ripresa del superfilm della risorta cinematografia nazionale è stato onorato anche da una visita del Duce, ricevuto dal presidente dell'Istituto Luce e del Consorzio Scipione l'Africano, Marchese Paolucci di Calvoli, e dal direttore generale per la cinematografia nazionale, Grandufficiale Freddi. Il Duce è salito sul praticabile, donde si domina la pianura popolata da 10.000 comparse in armi. Il regista Carmine Gallone ha illustrato al Duce il piano di ripresa e le varie macchine che inquadrano le schiere di Scipione, gli elefanti corazzati e i mercenari di Annibale. Impossibile contenere lo slancio di 10.000 cuori fascisti che battono sia sotto le corazze romane che sotto le spoglie numide. E rotte le file sono tutti intorno al Duce, potenziatore della cinematografia italiana come di tutte le forze e attività della nazione.
Don't you wish you were there? And the elephants, I mean. Just for a major power rush. I care to play this particular clip because it was filmed in Sabaudia. Sabaudia. The decision on the part of the production film of the Battle of Zama sequence to have it on the plains of Sabaudia was a magisterial coup. Sabaudia, situated on the Turanian coast of the 300 square miles reclaimed Agropontino, the Pontine Marshes, is part of a study in progress, prompted by quite a bit of controversial literature about the migratory policies that controlled access to over 100 cities. The so-called città di fondazione, built on reclaimed lands, but viewed as strong instances of internal colonialism. This alleged urbanization plan and anti-urbanization enterprise generated an eclectic music repertoire, partly inspired by the rural context of the purpose and partly filtered through autarchic radio and phono-recorded music which emulated American song and dance patterns, very fashionable in 1930s Italy. Now, it's not any different from what we have seen, what heard before in terms of songs being written for the Italians in the colonies already, Ethiopia, and Somalia and so on and so on. Was happening the same thing in Italy. It was the same music. It was the same sound. It was the same idea. So you people can go to the Agropontino, 300 square miles. It's a big area. Not even the Romans were able to clear up that mess. And now, look at that. Look at Littoria, the capital of the things. It's Latina nowadays. Or look at Ostia and other things. 124 città di fondazione we have. Now, after having seen and heard what other people had done, this is Pizzetti speaking about having been called to write the music for Scipione l'Africano. I thought that writing music for film, was something of great importance in the realization of a cinematic creation. I also understood that for a musician, composing for the movies is not lesser task than writing an opera or a symphony. Well, as a film music guy, I can only say, way to go. Il Debrando da Parma, as Gabriele D'Annunzio baptized him. Why not? Sounds good. Now, it appeared that the film was shown to Benito Mussolini on August the 4th. Next morning, Luigi Freddi sent to Pizzetti the following telegram. A big embrace. When I tell you verbally the impression, you will be proud and moved. The salient point of your work will become the hymn of our epoch. Yours, Freddi. Evidently, Mussolini had shown so much enthusiasm for the film and the score that he perhaps hinted at the possibility of adapting Pizzetti's Inno a Roma as a new Italian imperial hymn. Now, aside from the fact that Mussolini had already heard it during that recording session at Cinecittà, but when the film was shown for the very first time for the public at the Quinta Mostra Internazionale d'Arte Cinematografica in Venice, on that occasion, Pizzetti not only viewed the film's release cut for the first time, but collected the coveted Coppa Mussolini award as well, encouraged by the Venetian success and the general euphoria pervading the anno quindicesimo, anno della Roma Imperiale, and certainly the stimulating words of Luigi Freddi, Pizzetti decided to put his dilemmas on hold, and on August 29 wrote a letter to Mussolini. I have to read it for you because I found it. Duce, I believe that for a poet or a musician, no higher inspiration can be more rewarding than the one emanating from the opportunity to offer one's people and nation its most profound sentiments. I believe that such feelings will not be considered a bold presumption, but an act of love. The hymn I am sending you, part of which you already heard in the film Scipione l'Africano, is the expression of an artist who loves and always has his country, people, and fatherland. You, who more than anyone has divined the Italian people's most profound sentiments, illuminated its purest virtues, stirred up its most secret energy. You, who daily offer to the Italian people the clearest and powerful voice to utter to the highest words destined to the entire humanity. Judge if this hymn would be worthy of them. Should you, Duce, judge it favorably, I would ask you, as I still do not dare, to dedicate it to you, Duce, to your name. Should you, Duce, desire to hear the hymn performed by myself, I only wait for his command. With my most profound devotion, yours truly, Ildebrando Pizzetti. Now, 3 minutes. Okay, what can we do for 3 minutes? I say, thank you very much. 3 words. Okay, all right. The conclusion is that it's very difficult to understand how Ildebrando Pizzetti, by 1937, Ottorino Respighi died, really was the most important, the most illustrious Italian composer, Italian living composer. His fame was enormous. Why did he lower himself to such a low degree, to wanting, to begging the Duce to consider his hymn as the imperial hymns? I don't know. So what happens? Well, Benito Mussolini did not think so, and for a very good reason. Indeed. In fact, he ordered his secretary to reply to Maestro Pizzetti in the following terms: ringraziamento generico, sorvolando sulla dedica. Just an ordinary thank you note, without mentioning the dedication. And so, Pizzetti's Inno a Roma found a burial place in the Archivio Centrale dello Stato in Rome, where I retrieved it. On the other hand, the original manuscript autograph score of the music to Scipione l'Africano, as well as for 2 subsequent films, I Promessi Sposi in 1941 and Il Mulino del Po in 1949, ended up in the archives of the Music Library of Harvard University, where I had the opportunity to study them on behalf of the journal Fonti Musicali Italiani. And regarding Scipione, the making of a possible CD by the Hong Kong Marco Polo Records label, a project that came to a halt because no one, Harvard included, wanted to claim ownership of the unpublished music, an essential legal step in the recording industry. What about Pizzetti's relationship with Mussolini, though? The relationships remain very cordial. On June 12, 1939, Pizzetti was named Accademico d'Italia. And get a load of this. In 1940, his Sinfonia in La was composed to celebrate the 26th centennial of the foundation of the Japanese Empire, a commission prompted by the Rome-Berlin-Tokyo axis. That's it. È vero, Luca. Nobody wanted to touch it. Yeah. First of all, how did he get to Harvard?
Go ahead, everybody. You can go ahead and take your seats. And you can go ahead and make sure your microphones are on. You can switch them. Can you check if the? Or can you stand by just in case?
Yeah.
So thank you all so much. It's really, talking about how kind of concert music contributes to the formation of colonial imaginaries is not something that we talk about a lot, I would say, in the study of music and Italian colonialism. It's always interesting to see figures like Respighi, Casella, Pizzetti, who kind of crop up, who I know from being a musician, and and then to think, oh, you know, they were very actively involved in creating some the colonial. So I want to actually ask. I want to have kind of three broad questions that I'll ask kind of all of you to kind of give some thoughts on, whichever ones are like appeal to you. So my first kind of question is that, you know, the circulation of these kinds of sonic materials, and also the criticism that Luca brought up for us, and the fact, you know, of the kind of difficult circulation of pizzettis, right? Since the circulation is not as great, why focus on this? How did it shape the public imaginary of colonialism in ways that might be different from the pop songs that we looked at, right? The canzonette that Emilio discussed earlier today. I'm also curious if there was any kind of interaction. What was the interaction with the ethnographic recordings that they might have come across? The other kind of broad question that I have for you to start off with is how, you know, this is a lot about the construction of Italianness in opposition to the construction of Africanness, but also Jewishness, it seems, from the music criticism that you shared, Luca. So kind of more broadly, what precise operations is this music doing to construct Italianness in opposition to these other racialized categories? And then my last question has to do with the recording of these pieces of music today, right? I mean, Franco, you were just mentioning there was the halt of the recording because no one wanted to claim ownership. Okay, so it never even started. Okay, and so, but then Isabella, you showed us that Africa was performed recently in 2023 in Città di Castello. So what is the kind of presence right now of the actual music? Those are my three questions to kind of get you started. If you all three just want to answer what makes the most, what appeals to you the most.
I can start with the last one because it was my interest recently. I was surprised to find performances of the music that I have been studying in the past, and it was even difficult to find the scores in the libraries and archives. And then I found this edition of Festival delle Nazioni in 2023 that was dedicated to Italian colonialism as part of a broader operation in which they wanted to focus on music and different colonial powers. And 2023 was dedicated to Italy. And their operation was interesting because they wanted to tackle the liberal period and the fascist period. And for the fascist period, they organized different concerts, and one of them is when they performed Africa. But I think the operation they made was well done because it was not a critics. It was in a context of let's show what is the relationship between music and colonialism from the liberal period and then the fascist period. And I think this is important. I honestly tried to be in touch, but I was not able to, unfortunately, because I was curious about how the audience reacted to those performances. However, in Italian musicology in particular, the issue of music and politics, and in particular fascist politics, had a strong resistance, and even more related to colonial politics. The problem that was very strong until a few years ago was the presence of the scores in the libraries and archives. Now they are coming out in different perspectives, from private archives and also from the libraries now are more accessible. So I guess that in the future will assist to more operations like the one from Festival delle Nazioni. So this is my idea, my perspective.
Yeah. No,
Franco, could you speak into the mic for the live?
The mic, yes. I wanted to follow up on what.
Why don't we use this one? And could you pass me that one?
Okay. I wanted to follow up to what you said. For us musicians, there is always that desire to dig into the music of that period. We know who the great four composers of the time were: Respighi, Pizzetti, Casella, Gianfrancesco Malipiero. All right, they are milestones, there are colossus, there are columns in there. But what about the little guys? Were they all opportunistic? Yeah, let's not forget that the big four guy was just opportunistic as the others, but they were good. But what about those who were not as great? It's very possible. Or they have been overlooked. And so we dig them out. We evaluate them again. We sort things out that have merits. Despite anything. My God, the same musicians in Rome. I've done recording sessions with Romano Mussolini. You know?
Franco, sorry, you have
Yes. Where people are looking at, oh, what's Romano Mussolini doing here? So Romano Mussolini was a jazz pianist. He was cold, he was cordial, like everybody else. We were around him. Hello, how are you doing? So on and so on. But it was a different world. We got a little behind that. It's not nostalgia anymore. I was born in 1942. And my mother and my father were in the fix of the 1930s. When I asked my mother, how was then? How was life in the 1930s? He looked at me and went, what are you talking about? We were young then. Okay, see, everything was so subjectified about that point. Where is your point in life and what do you do at that time? Like there is no tomorrow. If there is a tomorrow, when then you look back. If there is not, hey, a war took place, we made it out. What else do you want? And that is the story. But regarding music, yes, we do have to sort things out. And we see porcheria, and we see good things.
Now it's possible because everything is more accessible.
Yes.
And there is more distance, historical distance.
One more thing. Regarding this film, this has been restored and circulated for years. Watch it. It's not a fascist film. There is no allusion to this thing. Yes. It's just like, I don't know, any Roman films that you can do. All right?
Go ahead, Luca. In the interest of time, pass it to
Yes. In my case, since I wasn't dealing with music, I was dealing specifically with music criticism. Going back to Emilio's terminology about auditory or oral spaces or auditory imagination or imaginary, so in different ways. So, and a visual, I would say actually there is a third piece, missing piece, which is writing. So writing by composers, by music critics in this case, about their music, and I, in a way, I agree with Franco. In a way, I disagree about opportunism. So at that time, actually, there was a lot of just musicians, composers, critics, and also because of the lack of political tools or only to gain political power. So in this case, like through the, for instance, through the adherence to the Union of Musicians. but it's just also about loyalty, or just as I was trying to convey the meaning, the significance of self-fascistization. So as I showed on only one just example, but we have other examples where in different journals, the same music critic or the same composer will review or will revise in a harsher way or in a less harsh way, like in this case with Opanine. So there are a review, and actually this was a choice. So reviewing in a harsher way, linguistically speaking, what I call the lexicography in this case, and I didn't go through today, but it was actually a choice of self-fascistization. And clearly we have Italian linguists, not in music, but during the 60s, the 70s mainly, and even more recently dealt with this topic about trying to understand basically Mussolini's oratorial speeches in terms of semantics and rhetorical devices. So you can see that this kind of formal structure or layout you cannot see only in politicized dailies or newspapers, or just the politicized adherent actually to the regime, but also in music criticism. That's why alongside the standard narrative, it's really very important to try to understand what is fascistization of music criticism, which is in a way was by choice, so through different tools.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and see if any of we'll just take a question or two, and then we're gonna wrap. It's been a long day for all of us.
Thank you, everybody. I have a question for Isabella. I just was wondering about you described the attempt of some sort of process of music othering, whereby in a somewhat clumsy, naive, or at least simplified way, there was an import in the musical score of very basic ethnomusicological elements drawn from actual, probably field research, of course, put on a simplified staff that did not probably account for microtones, fine rhythmical structures, etc. But something was there and was imported into the score. Now, I was struck by the example of Casella, which seemed richer, and I was wondering what was his imaginative musical horizon. How did he? How would you say? Do you have a way of making guesses about what could have been a possible process, technical process of creating this this tentative, this deserto tentato, this music that somehow probably goes to some length to sound a little estranged in a more sophisticated and subtle way. So what was behind there? If not,
Yeah, the idea of Il Deserto Tentato is to depict in the beginning a barren desert, mysterious. In fact, the subtitle is Mistero in un atto. While after the civilizing mission, he ends with this big choir in C major, and they intonate Divina, referring to Vittoria, that was a character in the opera. So in the beginning, the intention of Casella was really to give this image of something that was waiting for being developed. So the idea was the mystery, the prelude that we heard was very interesting for me because I have been looking at the score for a long time, but I was lucky to have somebody actually recording it for me because we don't have recordings. That opera was performed twice in 1937 and one more time in the form of oratorio in 1943 in a concert in homage to Casella, because from the press we know that the intention of Casella was actually to really write an oratorio because he wanted to eliminate the individuality of the characters and the action. So, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I was actually wondering whether there were some concrete musical references that he used, but probably...
I don't think so.
No, so it's kind of an attempt that is kind of more self-created out of a simplification of structures that you already...
Yes, a couple of comments about this. So Casella would start from 1936 up to 1939, so 1940s. So to be even harsher in his reviews. So and also mentioning the liturgical style, in music. So this actually, and also you were mentioning about civilizational liberation in moments, which reminds me to this kind of introduction in Musica d'Oggi that I showed. So this proclamation, why should you, in a specialized music journal, open actually with a proclamation, a political proclamation. There are two comments about this. The question is this: in the same time, in 1937, Dalla Piccola Luigi Dalla Piccola was in the middle of processing and just composing Volo di Notte. So, did you find correlations in terms of not just the topic, the aviation, the aviator, and so on? And also, it's kind of about those. So, and also, it's kind of tricky. Also, Nicola was pointing out about the atonal, more or less, more nuanced in terms of music analysis and music theory by Casella. Also, this kind of opening with a prelude in E flat minor, although actually, just modulating, but actually is a flat minor, which is absolutely, I would say, kind of unusual, so will remind more Scriabin style than Casella style. So,
yes, I think it was intentional because he wanted to represent something mysterious and the chromaticism. These barren lines in the beginning is just one line, and then there is more counterpoint. And there is a key signature, but the development is very chromatic, right? Yeah, so there are, of course, references to the aviation, very strong references in both works, in Dalla Piccola and in Casella. It was a modernity that was also being represented through musical theater, right? So I think in that period, there was this culture of, and musical theater wanted to also be close to reality, to represent reality, but this was not something that I found in music specifically, but for literature, for example, for developing this colonial discourse. Writers were invited to represent reality, but transfigured reality, and this is the operation that actually Casella does.
Thank you.
This is going to be our last question. Thank you so much to each of you for your time and your contributions. I find myself thinking about a few different ideas. Luca talked about the seizure of power happening concurrently with the seizure of culture. And I think we saw that earlier in Ethiopia and then now in Italy. Franco talked about maybe how this film, or at least how I understood it, tries to make connections with the great Rome of the past. And I imagine, maybe to be an Italian and be connected, even through propaganda, to something great might be easier to consume than, I think a comment was made earlier that the Ethiopians, were part of it. They understood that this was not real in a different way. And then Isabella, you talked about how colonial imaginaries continue to resurface in post-war Italy. So
I'm curious to hear about, as all of this is true, and you look into the past, are there ways that you remain hopeful for the future, that us knowing this better is a passion for you because it can change tomorrow?
Yes, it's important to understand history, I think, and propaganda, which is something that it's actually very close to us today. And I think interpreting and studying history and showing how the imaginary is presented through the arts, literature, cinema, and music, art music, that was for a long time not part of the discourse. In any meeting on colonial cultures, music has been absolutely absent. And I think it should be more present because it was part of the conversation in the case of art music, because our panel is about that. Music was vehiculating a sort of prestige. And Isabella, before you were asking about connection between popular music and art music, I don't think there are connections, because at the time, even writing for cinema was considered, as Morricone tell us, right? It was considered not something for serious composers, right? So I don't think there are connections in that sense between, but there is this imaginary going through. So in the musical theater, through the scenes, through the text, we have more a clear view of that, but through other pieces that I found of music, chamber music, for example, we also have an imaginary that is vehiculated.
Yeah, just a moment, just an observation. Throughout the day, we heard all kinds of things, very interesting notions, very enlightening. And we named Mussolini, I don't know how many times, but there was one part of the Italianists that didn't show up, which was the monarchy. Italy was a monarchy. Benito Mussolini was not a king. If anything, he was a prime minister. He was appointed as such at the beginning and then became the head of government. But there was a king and there was a queen, all right? And then when the empire was proclaimed, Vittorio Emanuele III became emperor of Ethiopia. Only he was the king of Italy and king of the Albanians from 1939 to 1943, and emperor of Ethiopia from 36 to 41. King of Italy from 1900 to 1946. So those are the dates. There was that mechanism in there. Vittorio Emanuele III could have had Mussolini arrested at any time. But when he did it, it was too late. And guess, after Mussolini was arrested and the fascism fell flat, guess who Vittorio Emanuele named as prime minister? Marshal Badoglio, the same guys who entered Addis Ababa and, in effect, realized the Italian or the Ethiopian empire as part of the imperial discourse. A la par, that's the old game, with the British and with the French. Otherwise, you don't have a place at the table if you have no colonies. That's all it was, the strategy. And the king, well, the Italians decided it was time for the entire Savoia dynasty to go into exile, and we have the Republic.
In my case, studying lexicography in music criticism is language is the language we speak. So, and getting into the details of music criticism, what actually and how and what we're writing. So, music critics and composers and mimicking Mussolini's oratory skills. And is relevant in order to try to understand not just the past, but the future also. And the transition, because we we also have to remember that fascism, the year before of the proclamation in the October 28 in 1922, the fascist party was just founded, was a brand new party just from the December of the previous year. But the fascist squads were basically railing so throughout the peninsula for many years. So this, and also is important to understand this kind of fracture between the original help that futurist movements as vanguard artistic and political movements, for instance, Pratella, Marinetti, and so other actually were helping Mussolini and fascists in order to, with the concept of violence and youth, which is important to understand also the language, this fruit will blossom, and the source of youth and so on. That many critics, music critics, will actually talk and write this way. And then the rejection by Mussolini himself of futurism in terms of Marinetti was upset because of, no, you mustn't look at the tradition. You have to move forward. But Mussolini wanted and all the others actually to weaponize tradition. Etruscans, as I was pointing out, Romanità, for instance, and so on, and just in a weaponization modality. So.
Yes, thank you. We're at time, and so we're over time. I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to our 3 participants on stage.
You're welcome.
Thank you to all our participants today. If you head upstairs, there's some cheese and there's some wine after our long day. So I'm going to invite you to head up there now. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Very much, Isabella, for everything.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you
And
so much. Thanks, Isabella. Abbonizio more than anything. Thank you.